both the Pilot camp and Gehlot camp are looking to the Gandhis to see what will they officially say. It's one thing to deal with Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge. At some stage, there will have to be a face-to-face meeting between Mr. Gehlot and the Gandhis. And then we will know which way the Gandhis are blowing on this. What is that compromise that can be found?
Well, the Gandhis, at least what we are getting in from various sources right now, are rather miffed. Sonia Gandhi has indicated extremely upset with what Ashok Gehlot has orchestrated, or she believes that he has orchestrated. Rahul Srivastav, I'll bring you in on this. The fact that this is for the first time that there is an open, dilution of the Congress High Command publicly at that. Humiliation of the Congress High Command publicly. Everyone knows that the Congress High Command has little to offer. It's completely weak in front of the likes of regional satraps like Ashok Gehlot. But having said that, the first public humiliation dealt to the Gandhis in this fashion, do you think could augur different results?
See, Preeti, if you see how the stakes are right now, Sachin Pilot is in the bad books of a section of the Rajasthan MLAs, and that can mean trouble for the Congress's government. But today, with his act of yesterday, Ashok Gehlot is in the bad books of the Congress's first family. These are not two different things. For too long, Ashok Gehlot was attacking Pilot for defying the party, going with the BJP. But this is what ready proof that the Congress need, that Ashok Gehlot did not bind the hand which was feeding him on his way to the top of the Congress party, but actually for a certain period has made, like a jadugar, made the powers of the High Command vanish. And that's one challenge, that can the High Command survive from here on if it does not send across a message. Now what the message is. Yesterday, the entire drama created at Dhariwal's house was to ensure that one line resolution is not passed at the legislative party meeting, which was called by Ashok Gehlot at his residence with all the MLAs in consent. Sachin Pilot was there, the central observers were there. The idea was that there should be a resolution at the end of the meeting, that the meeting entrusts Sonia Gandhi to decide what eventually happens in Rajasthan. Now that's what they didn't want. Now the real battle is Sonia Gandhi will like eventually all the MLAs and Gehlot to sign on that one line resolution. Because if that does not get signed, if that earlier other resolution in which there are 3 demands that don't do anything before 19th till Ashok Gehlot becomes president on the premise that he may still file nomination, that challenges the authority of the Congress High Command, because it was created at a meeting parallel to the meeting officially called by the Congress party. So all these are the crises that the Congress High Command faces.
Right.
I think in the coming days, Kamal Nath kind of people have been brought in to ensure only one line resolution, that the legislature party entrusts the task of creating the future road for Rajasthan Congress with the Congress president. I think that's what the struggle is going to be.
Rahul, there's what's different, I would reckon, from today morning to this evening is because the MLAs in all, a lot of them that we've been speaking to who were there at Shanti Dhariwal's residence, who signed on that paper, after seeing which way the wind is blowing, the minute they got hint that the High Command is angry at Ashok Gehlot, that he no longer might be president, because a lot of them looked at him as president, because the last 1 year would be more about tickets and less about getting work done. It's about who will fight the next election in Rajasthan, and the Congress president would have been instrumental in that. All of them right now are a little skeptical on what went down yesterday. There's a lot of rethink going on with a lot of these MLAs that we are speaking with.
See, Preeti, yesterday in the evening, coincidentally, there were 3 factions of MLAs. One faction, knowingly or unknowingly, were at Shanti Dhariwal's house. The other faction was there with Sachin Pilot at the Chief Minister's residence, including Divya Maderna and Sachin Pilot and several others. And the third one was tactically missing. Now some of those tactically missing landed up at CP Joshi's house, somebody went to some other place, but those were not there. Now, if you want to get a measure of how many MLAs were there at Shanti Dhariwal's house while the tentage and other arrangements started getting made around 4 o'clock in the evening, eventually they all left in a bus. Now, a Volvo bus which was brought in does not have a capacity beyond 50 odd. So I don't think MLAs left standing. There might have been a couple of empty seats. What my report sources are saying, that nearly between 45 to 47 MLAs were there. So that 82 odd or 90 odd MLAs have signed and gone to CP Joshi, the Speaker of the Assembly. I think that's fiction. But the fact is that right now, the moment the Congress High Command puts its foot down, sends out notices to Dhariwal and several others, and tells Ashok Gehlot to fall in line and ensure that there is that
already happened. Rahul, is what we are getting to know from here.
I was mentioning earlier. See, Preeti, yes, maybe. That will make the MLAs wary. They can't defy the party high command. And I think that's where lies the catch from here on. If that one-line resolution is cleared, that Sonia Gandhi will decide what next in Rajasthan, that was what Ashok Gehlot was trying to avoid. He wanted to create a situation in which he could scare the Congress High Command that if Sachin is chosen, then there will be a rebellion and the government will be lost. He thought he may achieve some bit of positive traction against Pilot, but this time what he has done is actually creating traction against himself.
All right, Rahul, stay on with us. I'm going to go into a quick break. We're going to get back with top developments. A lot has happened in the last 2 hours, viewers. As we speak, Kamal Nath is at 10 Janpath speaking to Sonia Gandhi. Will he mediate? In all probability, yes. When he went in, he said not quite, but that's the reason apparently he's been called here for. What's happening right now in Jaipur, after a lull of the storm that was last night, there has been now political activity. The Sachin Pilot camp is regrouping. There seems to be a glimmer of hope. They've put all their, eggs in the Gandhi basket or the High Command basket, because there is an attempt now to view this and to look at it. And, there is a perception to it that it's now not about Sachin versus Gehlot. It's Gehlot versus the High Command, Sonia Gandhi. And what will she do, or what will the High Command do now? We're going to get you the latest. Apparently, what we are getting to understand is that notices have gone out to the likes of Mr. Dhariwal, to the likes of Mr. Chandana, the sports minister, even, the party whip, where notices have gone out of indiscipline, of calling an MLA meet at the same time as a CLP meet. Getting you the latest, Rahul Srivastav continues to be with us. A quick break.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing, and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back, viewers. We continue to get you the latest from the city of Jaipur. We are right now at Albert Hall. It's stunning, beautifully lit up. It's Navratri time. Festivities have begun, but the fireworks were last night. With what we witnessed of that, the just about settling in Rajasthan. Let me take you through now the top developments. Number one of it, Kamal Nath at 10 Janpath speaking to Sonia Gandhi. That's the biggest development coming in. Will he mediate? Well, he said no, but in all probability, he will mediate in the Rajasthan crisis. The other big development, Congress General Secretary and one of the observers, Ajay Markan, briefed Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi about what went down at the CLP meeting. Talking to the media, he said Sonia has now sought a detailed report latest by tonight or tomorrow morning. The Congress High Command right now in a hurry, because what went down in Rajasthan, viewers, is less about Sachin versus Ashok Gehlot, more about Ashok Gehlot versus the Congress High Command. The other big development, Ajay Markan, who was one of the observers, has also slammed the meeting, which was held by Congress MLAs in Rajasthan, said that this was anti-party activities, indiscipline on their account. However, a lot of questions need to be raised at the role of Ajay Markan and Mallikarjun Kharge as well. Complete failures as observers. While they were twiddling their thumbs at a hotel in Jaipur, Shanti Dhariwal was putting together a rebellion, one MLA at a time. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has also jumped in along with the BJP to mock the situation of the Congress party in Rajasthan. Delhi Chief Minister and AAP's national convener Arvind Kejriwal has said that Congress failed to unite its party, accusing the Congress and BJP of doing politics of manipulation. Meanwhile, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation, sending senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. By the way, viewers, KC Venugopal is the Rajasthan Rajya Sabha MP elected by the Congress. On the other account, once again completely failing to broker any middle ground between the Gehlot and the Sachin Pilot faction. Many would suggest now it's too little, too late, too much water has gone down that bridge. Lastly, India Today has now accessed a video from Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only openly mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but also claiming that Rajasthan would witness a rerun of Punjab fiasco if Pilot replaces Gehlot as the chief minister. Cutting across directly to... All right, let's cut across to the latest development, which my colleague Sharat Kumar breaking on India Today. The Rajasthan Congress crisis deepening. It seems that the Congress High Command has sent notices to Shanti Dhariwal and Congress Chief Whip in Rajasthan Assembly, Mahesh Joshi, as well as the Sports Minister, Mr. Chandana, all for party indiscipline. Lots of speculations. Have these notices actually gone out for indiscipline? Will action be taken? Like I said, lots of speculation going on, but word coming in that possibly these notices have been sent. But will there be action for indiscipline? Because till now, officially, the stand by Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, is that he had absolutely no idea what was brewing within the MLAs. He was caught completely unawares. So if he was caught unawares, will he now allow action to take place against the MLAs who engineered this rebellion yesterday and went to CP Joshi's house with a bundle of resignations? A lot is going down, viewers. One important point as well. All right, okay, I want to cut across to Dev Ankur Vadhavan for more on this latest news break. Dev, notices seem to have gone out. Has Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi, the party chief whip, and even the sports minister, some of the cabinet members, that this notice has gone to of party indiscipline, have they confirmed it yet?
Well, so clearly, Preeti, this shows that how serious the party high command, meaning the Gandhi family, is against this act of rebellion. The party knows for a fact that this has embarrassed the
Right, let's cut across. Okay, I'm going to come in, Dev. I'm going to come in. We're going to cut across to Shanti Dhariwal holding a press conference right now. He was the man at whose residence, cabinet minister, whose residence the entire rebellion was engineered. Listen it.
सरकार गिराने का षड्यंत्र करते रहे, सरकार के खिलाफ बाकायदा बराबर स्टेटमेंट देते रहे, कांग्रेस की सरकार के खिलाफ, बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर होते हुए और प्रदेश कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष होते हुए आज उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज आ गए। सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज पे मेरा चार्ज है कि वो पक्षपातपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ के विधायकों से बात कर रहे थे और उनको इन दिनों में कई दिनों से लगातार ये सूचनाएं आ रही थी कि वो सचिन पायलट साहब के पक्ष में जो है प्रचार करने के लिए जो है कहा करते थे, जुड़ने के लिए कहा करते थे, विधायकों को जुड़ने के लिए कहा करते थे। हमारे पास इस बात के सबूत हैं। तो हम सोनिया गांधी के सिपाही हैं। सोनिया गांधी की हर हुक्म को हमने 50 साल तक माना है। मेरी 50 साल की राजनीति हो गई। इन 50 सालों में एक बार भी अनुशासनहीनता का चार्ज मेरे पे नहीं लगा। मैं कई पदों पे रहा, चाहे जिला प्रमुख रहा, लोकसभा का सदस्य रहा, विधानसभा का सदस्य रहा, 15 साल 20 साल तक जो है लगातार जिला कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष रहा, लेकिन कभी कोई चार्ज मेरे पे नहीं लगा। लेकिन आज जब ये देखें कि एक जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज खुद ही कन्वेंसिंग कर रहा है और ऐसे लोगों को यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने का मिशन लेकर के आया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर लोगों की भावना भड़क रही थी और विधायकों को नाराज होना ही था। जो नाराज विधायक थे उनके बराबर मेरे पास फ़ोन आए और फ़ोन आया कि हमारी बात सुनो, तुम यहाँ के जो है पार्लियामेंट्री मिनिस्टर हो, हमारी पूरी बात सुनो। मैं उनकी बात सुनने के लिए ही यहाँ पर जो है वो सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए। उनकी बात सुनी मैंने, 3 घंटे तक उनकी बात सुनी, उनका रोष सुना, उनकी बातें सुनी, वो क्या चाहते हैं ये सुना। वो चाहते हैं कि कांग्रेस का निष्ठावान आदमी जो 102 आदमी होटलों में इकट्ठे हुए थे, 34 दिन तक साथ रहे थे, अगर मुख्यमंत्री ही बनाना है तो उनमें से बनाओ, किसी को भी बनाओ जिसको सोनिया जी कहेंगी वही मुख्यमंत्री होगा राजस्थान का। सोनिया जी का हुक्म बहाल रहेगा, कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता सोनिया जी के हुक्म को। गद्दारी करने वालों को पुरस्कार दिया जावे, ये यहाँ का विधायक कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। That's all.
सर सवाल सर, अभी जो अजय माकन जिनके ऊपर आप ये चार्ज लगा रहे हैं, वही दिल्ली में अभी सोनिया गांधी से मिलकर निकले और कह रहे हैं कि लिखित रिपोर्ट जो है वो कल तक वो दे देंगे। सोनिया
वो देते रहे, उसकी चिंता नहीं।
जिन लोगों ने, जिसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है कि जिन लोगों ने विधायक दल की बैठक से पहले अपने घर पर बैठक की, वो अनुशासनहीनता है और उन पर कार्रवाई हो, नोटिस जारी होगा, पार्टी से बाहर भी।
उनके विचार से होगा जो कुछ भी है। विधायकों की बैठक कोई ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बैठक नहीं थी, विधायक आते गए, एक आते गए, अपनी बात मुझे सुनाते गए। आखिर 92 विधायक इकट्ठे हुए और इकट्ठे होकर के उनकी बात सुनने में टाइम तो लगता ही है, समय तो लगता ही है। उसके बाद हम उनसे मिलने भी गए।
विधायक दल की बैठक में क्यों नहीं गए सीएम हाउस?
है
सीएम हाउस में विधायक दल की बैठक में क्यों नहीं गए?
इसलिए नहीं गए कि विधायक यहाँ आने वाले थे, मेरे पास टेलीफोन आ रहे थे कि पहले हमारी बात सुनो, उसके बाद में बैठक में चलेंगे।
वो कह रहे हैं कि अलग अलग हम
नहीं ऐसा नहीं है।
अलग अलग राय सुनना चाहते हैं।
नहीं अलग अलग राय कभी नहीं कहा उन्होंने ये कहा कि एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पास करने के लिए आए हम।
सर, अगर आप पर कार्रवाई होती है, आपको नोटिस दिया जाता है, आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है, क्या
हाइपोथेटिकल सवाल मत पूछिए, आने दीजिए, कुछ जो कुछ होगा तो दिख जाएगा आगे।
धरीवाल जी, आपने कहा कि मैं पार्टी का अनुशासित
सिपाही रहा हूँ और रहूंगा।
ऐसी नौबत क्यों आ रही? क्योंकि ये सचिन पायलट का ये तर्क देता है कि जब वापसी हुई थी उनकी मानेसर और तमाम बाड़ेबंदी के बाद, तो उनके कैंप के मंत्रियों को, नेताओं को मंत्री बनाया गया था, वही तर्क देते हैं।
वो हुक्म भी हाईकमान का था जिसको कि मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्वीकार किया था। हाईकमान का सोच ये था कि ठीक है गलती हुई है इनसे, लेकिन इनको एडजस्ट करो। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एडजस्ट किया उनको।
तो रमेश मीणा भी आए हुए थे सर, तो रमेश मीणा भी उन गद्दारों में से एक आए हुए थे जो आप गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं।
कौन?
रमेश मीणा।
रमेश मीणा भी आए हुए थे। कल उन्होंने दस्तखत किया, इस्तीफा दिया उन्होंने।
तो आप कह रहे हो गद्दार जो गए हुए
इस्तीफा दिया था। हाँ वो गए थे वो, लेकिन अब वो विचार बदल गया उनका। क्या बात विचार बदलते रहते हैं।
ऐसा ये षड्यंत्र रहा।
विचार तो उनका भी बदला है ना। पहले तो वो कांग्रेस की सरकार गिराना चाहते थे, बाद में कांग्रेस सरकार के फेवर में आ गए विधानसभा में।
षड्यंत्र रहा अशोक गहलोत को हटाने का? अशोक गहलोत को हटाने का कोई षड्यंत्र था?
100% वही था, षड्यंत्र था टोटल। और उस षड्यंत्र में जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज शामिल थे।
सर, इसमें हम माने कि जो सेक्टर से पर्यवेक्षक आए थे वो एक सेट एजेंडा लेके आए थे, मतलब वो एमएलएस की राय नहीं सुनना।
मैं दूसरों के लिए नहीं कहता, मैं सिर्फ जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज पे चार्ज लगा रहा हूँ। खड़के साहब पे कोई चार्ज नहीं है। खड़के साहब तो खड़के साहब पे कोई चार्ज नहीं है। खड़के साहब का कोई मुकाबला नहीं। वो तो बिल्कुल ईमानदार और निष्पक्ष आदमी है।
खड़गे साहब से क्यों नहीं मिले?
मिले जाके मिले हम 2 बार मिले। सारे विधायक मिलना नहीं चाहिए, मिलने का सवाल ही क्या था। वो तो उठ के चले गए थे वहां से। वहां पहुंचे कितने से थे? 20 आदमी भी पहुंचे पूरे।
धरीवाल साहब, आज मुख्यमंत्री जब मिलने गए हैं होटल में, तो माकन साहब उनसे नहीं मिले हैं, खड़गे साहब से मुलाकात।
मुझे पता नहीं इस बारे में,
ये बोले कि हम
मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है।
अब मंत्रियों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, आगे क्या होगा? अब सबने इस्तीफा दे रखा, आगे क्या होगा?
देखिए, हम मंत्रियों का आज भी मेरे पास कई मंत्री आए, वो कई विधायक आए कि चल करके स्पीकर साहब से कहिए कि हमारा इस्तीफा मंजूर करें। मैंने कहा अभी ठहरिए, स्पीकर साहब को भी जो है आप सोच विचार कर लेने दीजिए।
वो सरकार गिराना चाहते हैं।
कौन?
इस्तीफा स्वीकार हो जाए।
आप वो क्या चाहते हैं? वो तो ये चाहते हैं कि ये सरकार बनी रहे। जो गिराना चाहते थे उनको पुरस्कार न मिले।
लेकिन सर, आप आरोप
मैं बात कह चुका आपकी।
अजय माकन पर
मैं आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब दे चुका हूँ।
सर, जनरल सेक्रेटरी पर आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं, तो क्या आला कमान से आप मांग करेंगे उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की भी?
क्या कह रहे हैं?
आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं अजय माकन पर कि उन्होंने
आरोप लगा रहा हूँ।
जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उसके बाद आप चाहते हैं कि लीडरशिप उनके ऊपर भी कोई कार्रवाई करे, अजय माकन पर भी कार्रवाई करे?
ये लीडरशिप का काम है तय करना, ये तय करना लीडरशिप का काम है। अगर लीडरशिप मुझे बुला करके पूछेगी कि चार्ज तुमने कैसे लगाया तो मैं सबूत दूंगा इस बात का।
धारीवाल जी, कमलनाथ को मध्यस्थ बनाया गया है, कमलनाथ अब आगे बातचीत करेंगे, आप सबसे 1-to-1 संवाद करेंगे कमलनाथ।
अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्यों किया गया आप समझ ही जाओ। आखिर माकन साहब को हटाने का क्या कारण रहा?
तो क्या सीएम साहब अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने जा रहे हैं या नहीं जा रहे हैं, इसका असर पड़ेगा?
मैं नहीं कह सकता, ये फैसला उनको करना है।
क्या पार्टी का आलाकमान की सीएम साहब से बात हुई है?
पार्टी का आलाकमान जो कहेगा सीएम हमेशा से करते आए और करते रहेंगे।
क्या लग रहा है पर्दे के पीछे अशोक गहलोत पर आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं, और अशोक गहलोत
अशोक गहलोत पे किसी ने आरोप नहीं लगा, किसी ने भी आरोप नहीं लगाया, मैंने तो ऐसा सुना नहीं आरोप लगा।
वो कह रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत आप जो मीटिंग की, अशोक गहलोत को पता नहीं था आप किस मीटिंग को देखी?
उनको पता नहीं था, उनसे कोई कंसल्टेशन नहीं था हमारा।
धरीवाल जी, एक आरोप भी लग रहा है कि युवा नेता जो मुख्यमंत्री का सबसे प्रबल दावेदार है उसको पीछे रखने के लिए आप सब जो पुराने नेता है वो एक हो गए।
ये क्या बात हुई? नया और पुराना क्या होता है? विधायक है।
धारीवाल जी, जो बातें आप लोगों ने यहाँ मीटिंग करके की वो आप सीएलपी बैठक में जाकर क्यों उठा सकते थे मजबूती के साथ, तो वो रास्ता आपने क्यों नहीं चुना?
ये छोड़िए आप, ये तय करना तो हमारा काम था।
सर, लेकिन आपकी गलती के लिए सुना है कि अशोक गहलोत ने माफी मांगी है खड़गे साहब से जाकर कि कल विधायक नहीं।
आप ही कह रहे हैं, मैं तो आपके मुंह से सुन रहा हूँ ऐसी बात।
खबर गलत है, आप कह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल गलत।
धारीवाल जी, आप पहले भी संसदीय कार्य मंत्री थे, अभी भी हैं, उससे पहले भी रहे हैं, तो सीएलपी की मीटिंग में नहीं जाना और पैरेलल मीटिंग बुलाना, इसको
पैरेलल मीटिंग बुलाई किसने? मेरे पास तो लगातार फोन आते रहे कि हम आ रहे हैं, हमारी बात सुनो। 8 बजे तक मेरे पास लगातार टेलीफोन आते रहे, क्योंकि अचानक मीटिंग बुलाई गई सीएलपी की। परसों रात को 10 बजे डिसाइड हुआ कि सीएलपी की मीटिंग होगी। कोई गांव था, कोई कहाँ था, आखिर आने में वक्त लगा उसको, जैसे जैसे वो आते गए।
Right, viewers, that's Ashok Gehlot's Lieutenant Shanti Dhariwal holding a press conference. It's interesting what's going down. Clearly, there is a sense of panic now in the MLAs and the cabinet of Ashok Gehlot, who scripted together this rebellion. They're not very comfortable that it's all come off looking like Ashok Gehlot versus Sonia Gandhi. See what Shanti Dhariwal said. He had Sonia Gandhi repeated in his press conference at least 30 times. He kept trying to elucidate that this is a fight of those who tried to break the government 2 years ago, those who sided with the BJP 2 years ago, the likes of Sachin Pilot, and those who saved the government. And that Ashok Gehlot, along with the MLAs, will do whatever Sonia Gandhi says. It's not about Sonia Gandhi. It might be looking like that, viewers, but it seems now there is an attempt by the Shanti Dhariwal camp, or rather the Ashok Gehlot camp, to put out in public domain that it's not what it looks like. It's not Ashok Gehlot versus Sonia Gandhi. It is what the MLAs thought was that you cannot, like he said, quote unquote, जो सरकार गिराना चाहते थे, बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ना चाहते थे, उनको पुरस्कार मत दीजिए. Hinting at Sachin Pilot. Let me take a quick reaction. I have with me Aparajita Sarangi, who is BJP MP, spokesperson as well. I also have Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst. Aparajita Sarangi, you know, the BJP in all of this would be rubbing its hands in glee. About a year to go for elections in Rajasthan, and the Congress completely in disarray.
You know, this is what is called washing dirty linen in public. That's what Congress has been doing, and I don't think the people of the country expect anything more or less from the Congress. Now, there are 3 things that I would definitely like to highlight seeing the entire turn of events in Rajasthan. Number 1, lack of discipline in the party. We have seen the observers have failed. We have seen the high command has not been listened to. We have seen the CLP had to be convened at 7 p.m. Nobody turned up, and there was no CLP, and at the same time there was a parallel meeting when CLP met. This is 1. Number 2, it all points to the absence of an inspiring and convincing leadership. had there been a very strong leadership, which would have enjoyed the faith of all, I don't think this kind of situation would have come in Rajasthan Congress. And number three, and very important to people like us who are watching things from outside, no concern of the Rajasthan MLAs or Congress leadership for the people of Rajasthan. It's the failure of governance. When there is so much of criminality there, when there is a poor law and order situation there, when there is so much of corruption there, so many instances are there. At this juncture, when there is so much of instability in governance, where do the people go to?
Okay.
And it is a kind of betrayal of the people of Rajasthan by the Congress.
Right. Tehseen, I'll bring you in. How do you look at this? In the last 24 hours, from the stunning rebellion that was put together, we've seen the scales tilt. It seemed to be Gehlot's game till late last night. In the morning, there's been a lull. And with the developments, with the perception, now are the scales maybe tilting towards Sachin Pilot, with Congress High Command clearly digging in its heels when it comes to its very existence, because it's now seeming a fight against Sonia Gandhi versus Gehlot?
Preeti, thank you so much for having me on the show. And let me put two things separately, because the BJP, like everything in a dirty laundry basket, likes to mix things up. So let's put two things separately. First, what the Honorable MP says is indiscipline, is democracy 101. I know the BJP hasn't heard of it, where the Gujarat Chief Minister is watching on TV, he's been kicked out as Chief Minister and asked his secretary to check if he's still Chief Minister of Gujarat or no. Where Himanta Biswa Sharma and Sonowal ji, they can't decide who's Chief Minister for 20 days, but they call that master stroke and Chanakya Niti, where Nitin Gadkari ji and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, without any reason, are kicked out of the parliamentary vote, and Yedurappa ji is brought in because they're Karnataka elections. So that doesn't happen in the Congress. As the MLA who you covered, so-called rebel MLA, telling you we will follow what the party takes and the final decision that the party says. The so-called rebellion is nothing. There is no rebellion. Everything is all right in the Congress. MLAs, a majority of the MLAs will decide who their chief minister is. I concede to one point, which I will concede to on your show, that yes, the gentleman from Delhi who was sent to sort of look after the situation, who the MLA was also naming the General Secretary in charge, has been a disaster for the Congress, whether it's been Punjab, whether it's been Delhi, where he's got the Congress down to zero, losing his own elections, losing his Rajya Sabha election. So somebody more senior like a Kamal Nath should have been sent in there. I agree to that charge. That could have been better handled. But let me tell you on record, there is no rebellion. The own MLA who you all are saying is rebelling is saying we will listen to what the party says. And the Congress culture is MLAs decide who becomes the chief minister, MPs decide who becomes the prime minister. That's the Congress culture. It's called democracy 101. BJP doesn't understand it. Therefore, Nitin Gadkari was told Tata bye-bye, out of the parliamentary board, Yedurappa ji come in.
All right, okay. I appreciate both of you for joining us. I want to quickly dip into the next news break. Lots going on in the last 1 hour. News just coming in. The status quo now to be maintained till the Congress President election nominations, which is till the 30th of this month, viewers. Decision on issuing of show cause notices to miffed MLAs vocal in public will be taken after interim chief takes action on report by observers. The interim chief is, of course, Sonia Gandhi here. This is source-based information coming in, viewers. With this news break, multiple speculations at play. We're going to quickly dip into a break, but our focus continues to be the sandstorm, or rather the political storm in Rajasthan, threatening to tear apart the Congress. On the other side, news continues with Rahul Gandhi. Do stay with us.
Can Congress jodo the Jaipur jhagda? Vicious Game of Thrones in Congress party. Loyalist Gehlot has turned rebel. While Rahul plays football in Kerala. Has the High Command been shown its place? Gehlot versus Gandhis. Who'll win this fight?
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. What will happen next in Rajasthan? What happens to the Gandhi family? What happens to the Congress? All that and more coming up on the news track tonight.
Can Congress jodo the Jaipur jhagda? Vicious Game of Thrones in Congress party. Loyalist Gehlot has turned rebel. While Rahul plays football in Kerala. Has the High Command been shown its place? Gehlot versus Gandhis. Who'll win this fight?
All the inside track information on what's happening in the Congress at this moment in Delhi, in Jaipur and in Kerala. Coming up on the news track. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. No end to the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan. Gehlot digs in his heels as Sachin Pilot waits for a directive from the High Command. India Today conference. Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Actor evades questions on link to conman Sukesh. Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest is shot dead. Meanwhile, in India, pro-hijab stirs now spreads to Kerala. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 people, 20 injured after gunman opened fire. Shooter kills himself. Congress is imploding in one of the only 2 states where it still is in power. Rajasthan's desert storm threatens to sweep away whatever little hold the Gandhis have on the Congress, with loyalists and their most trusted aide Ashok Gehlot turning rebel. The grand old party is in damage control mode. This as Rahul Gandhi continues his Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Camps on fire. Show of strength or an outright warning. An overwhelming majority of 108 party MLAs from the Ashok Gehlot camp in Rajasthan have put their party high command on notice. All this after the Chief Minister received the proverbial blessings from the Gandhis for Congress presidency. And before the 71-year-old war horse filed his nominations for the October 17 election.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
More than 85 MLAs loyal to Gehlot have rejected Rahul Gandhi's idea of one person, one post, even if the Rajasthan veteran takes over as Congress president. They made no secret of their dislike for Sachin Pilot, insisting Gehlot's replacement, if any, should be from among 102 MLAs who backed the state's Congress government when the former Deputy Chief Minister rebelled in 2021.
सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 बरस लगते हैं। मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, हमसे बहुत सीनियर, हम तो बच्चे हैं पॉलिटिक्स में, उनके सामने उम्र में भी बच्चे हैं। ये लोग मिलकर जो फैसला कर देंगे वो सब मान लेंगे, लेकिन पतो तो पड़े कहीं हो रही है। अशोक गहलोत जी को जब पार्टी आलाकमान ने आदेश दिया है और कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश उनकी तरफ देख रहा है, 3 बार के सीएम है, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे राजस्थान के, बहुत सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, तो वो बनेंगे, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, उनको बनना चाहिए। और इतना सुन लेना आप, राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा से बीजेपी डरी है।
The Gehlot camp wants that the new party president post-October elections be instead empowered to decide who will lead the Rajasthan government. The AICC observers struggling to troubleshoot the crisis haven't minced their words either. They call their stance an act of indiscipline and they demand a call to conflict of interest.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
For now, the Sachin Pilot camp maintained a low but firm profile till his loyalists put up his posters in Jaipur.
हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहां अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहां फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे।
हमारे आलाकमान के ऑब्जर्वर कह रहे थे, उसमें फिर संकोच किस बात का है?
आपको लगता है कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? उनका मानना है
वो सब टाइम पे सब चीजें हो जाएंगी, आपको चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं।
लेकिन सचिन पायलट सीएम बनते रह गए गहलोत की वजह से।
ये आलाकमान को तय करना है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत का अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ना बनना तय है?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए सर, नेता आप हैं, आप बताइए।
ये तो आम आदमी जानता है, एक बच्चे से पूछेंगे ना तो वो भी बता देगा। इतना एपिसोड होने के बाद में कोई गुंजाइश नहीं बनती।
The Rajasthan crisis couldn't have come at a more critical time for the party when its leadership is trying hard to reverse its sagging fortunes. The leader tipped to replace the Gandhis, seen as tipping the balance in his favor before taking the saddle.
Now, in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot flexing his political muscle, will the Congress High Command cower down or will it dig in its heels? The big question, will Ashok Gehlot fight for the President of the Congress? Will he file in his nomination? With camera person Ravikant Totawar, Devankur Vadhawan and Moshmi Singh in Jaipur, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
So what happens next in Rajasthan, in Kerala and in the Congress in Delhi? Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. He's been dialing the phone lines. Is it now certain that Ashok Gehlot cannot be Congress president, or is he still hoping to work out some kind of compromise formula?
Rahul, the news that we are getting, speaking to someone very close to Ashok Gehlot, is simply this. A,
He says, importantly, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi. Please do not make this Gehlot versus Gandhi in the ways that you are projecting at the moment. I am happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but the choice of Rajasthan chief minister must be left to the MLAs. Number 3, I hope to meet the Gandhis and resolve this issue. Ready to step down as Rajasthan chief minister, but only after the issue of the new Rajasthan chief minister is resolved. And along with this, we are told, Rahul, that the Gehlot camp is particularly upset with the central observers, claiming that a one-line resolution had been decided upon authorizing the Congress president in advance to decide on the successor, and that Sachin Pilot had been almost anointed as that successor. Their claim is that Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, when they came to Jaipur, should have first consulted all the MLAs before holding the CLP meeting rather than choosing to do so after the meeting. Now, this is what the Gehlot camp is claiming. On the other side, what those close to the Gandhis are claiming is that an agreement of sorts had been worked out with Mr. Gehlot, that the moment he was ready to file his nomination as Congress president, he would step down as chief minister and leave the decision of his successor to the Gandhis. Now, the Gehlot camp says no such agreement on Sachin Pilot was ever reached, and that's where I think things broke down, because the truth is Mr. Gehlot wants to have at least one foot in Rajasthan even if he becomes the Congress president, and for him, having Sachin Pilot would virtually mean the end of the Gehlot era. So I think what's happened, Rahul, is a lack of political intelligence on part of the Congress leadership, where the left hand at times didn't seem to know what the right hand is doing, the absence of political crisis management, and a weakened high command that cannot enforce its writ on assertive satraps like Gehlot. But the sense one got after speaking to sources close to Mr. Gehlot is it's not as if he has given up on moving from Jaipur to Delhi, provided his person is made the chief minister.
One of the key associates of Ashok Gehlot in this entire drama is Pratap Singh Kachariyawas. He joins us now live from Jaipur. Kachariyawas ji, कल से पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है. एक तरीके से आपने इस लड़ाई को गहलोत बनाम गांधी बना दिया है. गहलोत जी को चुना गया गांधी फैमिली के ट्रस्टेड उम्मीदवार के तौर पे कि इनको बनाया जाएगा अध्यक्ष. आपने फेंकी ऐसी गुगली कि पूरा देश देख रहा है कि ये कचारियावास जी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्यों गहलोत की गांधी से लड़ाई करा रहे हैं आप?
एक बात आप मानकर चलिए, ये लड़ाई गहलोत वर्सेस गांधी नहीं है. गांधी खानदान के लिए सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम सब लोग, राजस्थान का एक एक विधायक, मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा चल रही है. जब भी आह्वान करेंगे सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी जी, हम हमारी जान दे देंगे, अपना खून पसीना बहा देंगे. लेकिन ये लड़ाई गहलोत वर्सेस गांधी नहीं है. आप ये मानकर चलिए, जब बीजेपी ने षड्यंत्र करके सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की, तब 1-1.5 महीने तक सारे एमएलएज कैंप में रहे और उस कैंप में रहकर सरकार को बचाया गया. तब गहलोत साहब ने कहा हम सब एमएलएज के अभिभावक हैं. और कल जब मैं खुद गहलोत साहब के साथ तनोट माता जी के मंदिर गया हुआ था और डोटासरा जी थे, हम तो वहाँ थे हिंदुस्तान के बॉर्डर पर, तनोट माता जी का मंदिर हुआ. आप इतिहास पता करना, आपको खुद को लगेगा कैसा चमत्कार है इस देश में. ये वास्तव में राम और कृष्ण का देश है. वहाँ 450 बम गिरे लेकिन फूटे नहीं, और आखिर उसी मंदिर में घुसकर हमारे लोगों ने इंतजारी की. सुबह और फोर्स पहुंची और फिर पाकिस्तान को खदेड़ा, वो लड़ाई हिंदुस्तान जीता. हम तो दर्शन कर रहे थे गहलोत साहब.
हमें तो लग रहा है कि वहीं पे खिचड़ी पकी, क्योंकि गहलोत जी जो बयान दे रहे थे उसमें तो कह रहे थे कि हाँ सब हो गया है, युवा चेहरे की जरूरत है, मैं हटने को तैयार हूं. अब न जाने मंदिर में जाके आपने दर्शन के अलावा वहां पे क्या खिचड़ी पकाई कि शाम आते आते गहलोत जी ने गुगली कर दी एकदम जबरदस्त.
नहीं राहुल जी, ये मैं आपको कह दूं, कसम खा के कह रहा हूं, मैं क्षत्रिय वंश का, कछावा वंश का राजपूत हूं. हम राम का वंशज हैं, हम लोग राम के वंशज मानते हैं अपने आप को. ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है. हमने एक शब्द वहाँ बात नहीं की. गहलोत साहब 3 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, हम लोग बच्चे हैं उनके सामने. पॉलिटिक्स में 50 साल लगते हैं जब एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है. गांधी खानदान के प्रति वो इतने वफादार हैं. वो खुद कल एमएलएज को लेकर उनका जो एक्शन था उसको नाराज़ थे, लेकिन एमएलएज ने उनको कहा कि धारीवाल जी से झगड़ा कर लिया. एमएलएज ने, मैं माकन साहब से मिलकर 6 बजे होटल से निकला, जब वापस आया एयरपोर्ट से तो माकन साहब ने कहा आप धारीवाल जी को लेकर मेरे पास आ जाओ. मैं धारीवाल जी से मिलने गया, धारीवाल जी मेरे पिताजी से बड़े उम्र में, उन्होंने मेरे को कह दिया कि भैया मैं बात कर लेता हूँ, फ़ोन पे बात कर ली, MLAs तैयार नहीं हुए। MLAs ने कहा हमारा इस्तीफ़ा ले लो, लेकिन जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे उनको तो इनाम मिलेगा, और जो 102 विधायक सरकार बचा रहे थे उनको आप डराओगे। मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब 1 महीने तक जो लोग सरकार को गिराने में लगे हुए थे उनको तो आज तक नोटिस नहीं मिला। आज मुझे किसी ने कहा नोटिस मिलेगा, भैया हम नोटिस का सम्मान करेंगे, जवाब भी देंगे। कांग्रेस हमारा परिवार है। सोनिया गांधी को देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी माँ के समान मानता है, और माँ हमेशा न्याय करती है, ये ध्यान रखना आप। जो लोग सरकार गिरा रहे थे आज वो
सचिन पायलट से एग्जैक्टली प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
सोनिया गांधी
आप उनकी लीडरशिप स्वीकार करने को क्यों तैयार नहीं हो?
लीडरशिप जबरन स्वीकार नहीं होती, लीडर अपने आप आदमी स्वीकार करता है। आप मुझे ये बताइए, इस देश का मीडिया, जब देश में चुनाव होता है तो वोटिंग से सरकार बनती है। बीजेपी की सरकार बन गई, केंद्र में वोटों में जीत गई बीजेपी। राजस्थान में वोट गिरे, कांग्रेस की सरकार बन गई, अशोक गहलोत चीफ मिनिस्टर बन गए, ज़्यादा MLAs ने उनके लिए राय दी। आप मुझे ये बताइए, इस देश का मीडिया ऐसा क्या हो गया कि बार बार किसी व्यक्ति का नाम लेता है? मैं भी राजस्थान के यूथ मूवमेंट से निकला हुआ हूँ, राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रेसिडेंट बना और यहाँ तक आया। मेरे परिवार के मुखिया भी 3 बार राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे। राजस्थान के सबसे बड़ी ज़्यादा आंदोलन मैंने किए, संघर्ष मैंने किए। मैं तो नहीं कह रहा मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दो, आप कैसी बात करते हैं? और राजस्थान में मुझे अब समझ में आया कि दिल्ली से पॉलिटिक्स चलती है। अब आइंदा से हम भी ध्यान रखेंगे और दिल्ली में भी ध्यान रखेंगे। लेकिन मुझे ये बताइए, आज ऐसा क्या हो गया? MLAs ने क्या गलत कह दिया? फैसला तो हाईकमांड करेगा, सोनिया जी करेगी। उन 102 में से मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए जो सरकार बचाने में थे, उनको मत बनाइए जो सरकार गिराने में थे। क्या गलत कह दिया? अचानक ऐसा क्या हो गया?
नहीं, पर गहलोत जी अपने घर पे बैठे थे, CLP मीटिंग स्टार्ट होने वाली थी, जब बॉल रिवर्स स्विंग होने स्टार्ट हुई जयपुर की पिच पे, कोई भी जो इस वक्त देख रहा है दर्शक, वो ये नहीं मानेगा कि कचरियावास जी की गहलोत जी से लगातार दनादन व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेजिंग नहीं चल रही होगी। ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि विधायक अपने ही दम पे लगे हुए हैं और गहलोत जी का उनको आशीर्वाद प्राप्त नहीं। जो आप लोगों ने आंदोलन किया, जो आपका रिबेलियन था, कहीं ना कहीं अशोक गहलोत का आपको आशीर्वाद था कचरियावास साहब।
एक बात आप ध्यान रखना, मैं आज तक इंडिया टुडे पे बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे बारे में राजस्थान जानता है। मैं इससे बड़ी कसम नहीं हो सकती। मैं मेरी स्टाइल रही है उसकी कसम खा कर कहता हूँ। अच्छा नहीं लगता कि जिसको मैं मानता हूँ उसकी कसम खा कर कह रहा हूँ। ना तो कोई व्हाट्सअप चैटिंग हुई, ना गहलोत साहब से बात हुई। हमारे यहाँ पर जो राजनीति मैं करता हूँ उसमें हम मैनेजमेंट, स्क्रिप्ट और मीडिया मैनेजमेंट से राजनीति नहीं करते। जो लोग दिल्ली में बैठकर मीडिया मैनेजमेंट से राजनीति करते हैं ना, जो आप जिनका नाम लेते हैं बार बार, मैं सड़क का आदमी हूँ। दोनों का इतिहास लोग जानते हैं। सड़क पर खून पसीना भागकर यहाँ तक आया हूँ। आज भी सड़कों पर जितना खून मैंने गिराया ना राजस्थान, उतना किसी ने नहीं गिराया। इसलिए आप मुझे बता रहे हैं, मैं मैनेजमेंट से पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करता। और कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ, सुबह से मैं बोल रहा हूँ मीडिया पे, एक बार ये दिखा देंगे आपको, बजरंगबली का राम दरबार यहाँ पर है, देवांकुर जी दिखा देना इनको। मैं एक बार मेरी आज गहलोत साहब से बात नहीं हुई। अभी मैंने धारीवाल जी का भी सिर्फ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी है। हम लोग आपस में बातचीत करके कुछ नहीं बोल रहे। आप मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, मैं आपको जवाब दे रहा हूं। ऐसा नहीं है, मैं आपको
जो मैंने किया, गहलोत जी इज नॉट इन्वॉल्वड, मैंने खुद ही कर दिया। राजदीप भी आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहते हो, जवाब भी देना चाहते हैं। राजदीप, डू यू बाय दैट?
तो देखो, ऐसा है कि अशोक गहलोत इज अ लार्जर देन लाइफ फिगर टुडे इन राजस्थान। सो कचरियावास जी कैन से व्हाटएवर ही वांट्स। एंड ऑफ द डे अशोक गहलोत की पत्ता भी हिलता है जयपुर में, उनको पता चलता है कांग्रेस में क्या हो रहा है।
मंदिर में 7 दर्शन करने गए थे, कहते हैं वहां पे बात नहीं हुई। लेकिन इस बार
नहीं, तो ये कहना कि ये पूरी जो बगावत एक तरह से है, अशोक गहलोत को इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। और मुझे लगता है कचरियावास जी ये मानेंगे।
कसम खा रहे हैं गहलोत जी की?
नहीं, कचरियावास जी, ये सवाल ये उठता है, आप मुझे कह रहे हैं इतने।
राजदीप
जी बताइए सर।
राजदीप जी, ये जो आप मुझे कह रहे हैं, तनोट माता जी के यहाँ सुबह मैं, गहलोत साहब और डोटासरा जी चले गए। 6 बजे हम लोग हवाई जहाज से उतरे, और जब हम हवाई जहाज से उतरे तब मुझे ये पता, हमें ये तय हुआ था, गहलोत साहब ने कहा 7 बजे अपनी विधायक दल की मीटिंग है, आप दोनों खड़गे साहब और माकन साहब से मिलके और फिर उनके साथ मीटिंग में आ जाना। डोटासरा जी गए वहाँ बात करने माकन साहब से, तो मैंने कहा मैं घर होके वापस आके मिलूंगा। तो डोटासरा जी उनसे बात करें, फिर मैं 6:30 बजे पहुंचा। मैंने बात की माकन साहब से। माकन साहब ने मुझे बताया कि धारीवाल जी के यहाँ पे 20-25 विधायक इकट्ठे हो गए, आप उनको लेकर आ जाइए, ये सच्चाई है। मैं खुद गया धारीवाल जी को लेने, तब वहाँ 50 से ज़्यादा विधायक इकट्ठे हो चुके थे। धारीवाल जी संसदीय कार्य मंत्री हैं, वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए थे, मैंने उनकी फ़ोन पे बात कराई, और ये जब हम वहाँ पर थे उसके पीछे ये सारे इकट्ठे हो गए। मुख्य सचेतक महेश जोशी जी और बाकी MLAs मंत्री सब वहाँ पर इकट्ठा थे। मैं सच कह रहा हूँ, इस सारे मामले में हम तीनों की वहाँ पर रास्ते में कोई बात नहीं हुई। पीछे से MLAs इकट्ठे हो गए, धारीवाल जी के MLA इकट्ठे हो ही सकते हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पहले हमारी बात सुनो, उसके बाद मीटिंग में चलो।
नहीं, सचिन पायलट का कहता है कि 50 MLAs जो है वो आपने जबरदस्ती करके बंद किए हुए हैं, उनका कोई इरादा नहीं था आपके कैंप में आने का। और अगर गांधी फैमिली ने इंडिकेट किया कि सचिन पायलट ही CM होंगे तो कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग कचारियावास जी को छोड़ के सचिन पायलट के पास आ जाएंगे, ऐसा दावा उनका कैंप कर रहा है।
सचिन पायलट जी से खुद से पूछ लिया करो ना, वो खुद ही आके बयान दे दें। कोई सचिन पायलट जी को बोलना चाहिए। एक बात बताइए, जब वो पिछली बार गए थे तब 19 लोग उनके साथ गए थे, ये तो सही है या गलत है? 19 गए थे,
सही है।
और 1.5 महीने तक वो बैठे रहे मानेसर में, तब 50 नहीं गए भाग के। अभी तक सरकार चल रही है और उनमें से 4 आदमियों या 5 आदमियों को मंत्री भी बना दिया, तब भी उनके पास नहीं गए। कल भी वो उठ के नहीं गए। कल तो लोग धारीवाल जी के घर पहुंच गए और CM हाउस नहीं पहुंचे। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? प्रैक्टिकल बात कीजिए राहुल जी, इतना पार्टी नहीं बनना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ऐसा लगता है कि आपने जो किया उसके बाद गहलोत जी का चांस थोड़ा खराब हो गया है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि गांधी फैमिली काफी नाराज है गहलोत जी से।
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, यदि मैं करता तो हाँ कर देता, मुझे डर नहीं लगता है, जो मैं करता हूँ वो बोलता हूँ। ऐसा मेरे करने से नहीं। MLA सब, मैं भी MLA हूँ, मंत्री हूँ, और मेरे जैसे MLA राजस्थान में कांग्रेस के पास 125 है। मेरे कहने की जरूरत नहीं, सब MLA अपना डिसीजन लेते हैं, सबने लड़ाई देखी है।
नेक्स्ट क्या होगा, अगला यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है? आप चाहते हो कि गहलोत जी आप ही के पास रह जाए, मतलब दिल्ली ना आए हमारे पास?
सब अच्छा होगा, बिल्कुल। गहलोत जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, दिल्ली जाएं, पूरा देश का नेतृत्व संभालें। गहलोत साहब ये मान कर चलिए, इस देश में आटा दाल चावल पर टैक्स लग गया, पेट्रोल डीजल से महंगाई हो गई, हर 1 घंटे में 4 लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी सड़कों पर संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, हम भी सड़कों पर रोज आंदोलन करते हैं केंद्र सरकार के खिलाफ। ये वक्त मोदी सरकार से लड़ने का है, बगावत करनी है हमें मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ, संघर्ष करना है मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ, जवाब देना है बीजेपी को। मैंने अपने लोगों से कहा, कहाँ हमको नोटिस दे रहे हैं? नोटिस दो बीजेपी वालों को, संघर्ष का आह्वान करो। राहुल गांधी पैदल चल रहे हैं, छाले पड़ गए हैं पाँव में। इस वक्त ये छोटी मोटी बातें देखकर, ये वक्त ये नहीं है कि कौन नेतृत्व करेगा राजस्थान में, ये वक्त है कि बहुमत के आधार पर डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम से जिसके पास MLA हो, हाईकमांड उनसे बात करके जिसके पास बहुमत हो उसको चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दे। और कोई ये झगड़ा ही नहीं है चीफ मिनिस्टर का, लड़ाई बीजेपी से लड़नी है, आपस में नहीं लड़नी है, ना हम आपस में लड़ना चाहते हैं। देश कांग्रेस की तरफ देख रहा है।
Kachariyawas, you've emerged in the last 24 hours as the face of this rebellion. आप कह रहे हैं कि बगावत करनी है भाजपा के खिलाफ, एक तरीके से बगावत तो आपने कर दी है। फिलहाल वो कांग्रेस के हाईकमांड के फैसले के खिलाफ, हालांकि ये कह रहे हैं कि इसमें अशोक गहलोत का हाथ नहीं था। प्रताप सिंह Kachariyawas for joining us on the news track. Thank you. He said what he said. He's the man who's led this rebellion. I want to throw open this conversation. Sunil Jhakar joins us, former president of the Punjab Congress Committee. Is a man who's been in and now out, has seen the workings of the Congress, understands what's wrong with the way the party is being run. So does Priyanka Chaturvedi, now member of the Shiv Sena. She had this wry smile as she was listening to Pratap Singh Kachariyawas and saying, thank God I'm out of this mess. Priyanka, welcome. We have Nalin Kohli joining us, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Srivastav is our National Affairs Editor, and Preeti Chaudhary has been reporting for us from Jaipur. So I want to go across first to Sunil Jhakar. You heard Pratap Kachariyawas. You've seen the inner workings of the Congress. Is it, according to you, at all possible that Pratap Kachariyawas led this entire rebellion against the decision of the Gandhi family without the active participation of Ashok Gehlot, as he'd like us to believe?
Rahulji, I don't think it's for me to comment who has led the rebellion or not. But what I can see ironic in the 2-3 statements which I've heard now, first coming from Sardesai ji, he mentioned that nothing happens in Rajasthan which Gehlot Sahab is not aware of. Don't you think, Rahulji, this is something that Congress High Command should have learnt from him? that they could not gauge the emotions, sentiments, and the aspirations and anxieties of Gehlot Sahab when he was dragged to contest this presidentship of Congress party. Second ironic thing is that this whole thing is being carried out, this election for presidentship of Congress party, is to prove that Congress party works on democratic norms. And here on the other hand, they are planning to issue a notice to Gehlot Sahab for this very reason, that the MLAs have raised their voice and they want to express their opinion. What is so undemocratic about it that Ajay Makanji is so upset about it? And it is this very Ajay Makanji, I may not know the working of the High Command in Delhi, but Mr. Khadge Sahab, Mr. Ajay Makan have been at the receiving end what is unfolding here in Jaipur. Khadge Sahab was head of the committee which decided or recommended to Congress leadership that Captain Amarinder Singh ji should be removed from the Chief Minister. Khadge Sahab was the one who recommended Sunil Jakhar should be removed as a PCC president and Navjot Singh Sidhu ji should be made the PCC president. It's to Mr. Makan who came here to execute these recommendations. And what happened? There was a one-liner passed which they are so worked about that the one-liner has to be passed. Punjab CLP, which had 80 members, passed a resolution saying that Congress High Command should take a call on this. But then they decided to have a vote. And this is the irony of it, that out of 80, 42 voted for Sunil. The nearest contender to me had got 16, and the one who was made the Chief Minister got 2 votes, Mr. Channi. So that's why I wrote yesterday that let's see who's going to be Channi, because I thought
who do you think will be Rajasthan ka Channi? You've given this theory that out of this fight between Gehlot and Sachin will emerge a Channi.
Yes.
Kaun hoga Rajasthan ka Channi?
Yes, it's not just Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot or Mr. C.P. Joshi, Govind Singh Ji Dodasra or Mr. Chaudhary Hemaram Ji. It will be somebody who was instrumental and the prime player in undoing of Congress in Punjab. He also, along with Mr. Makan, Ajay Makan, and Mr. Harish Rawat from Uttarakhand, there was another Harish here, who was called all sort of names, not by Sunil Jakhar, by a member of parliament, sitting member of parliament, who has not been given a notice, who called a gentleman, he says, Rajasthan ka Lutera, yahan Punjab mein aaya hai. So I think this person is a blue-eyed boy, and this whole script has been written by him. Everything is being followed to the T. And eventually he will emerge as the black sheep, I call it, not the dark horse. All these five dark horses are waiting and bidding for their time. Maybe they have their achkans all pressed and ready to be sworn in. But Congress has not yet stopped digging its grave deeper. They are still digging. I thought they have reached the bottom, but they are still digging. And on top of that, another ironic thing, before I beg your leave, Rahulji, that yesterday only Mr. Lalu Prasad ji and Mr. Nitish Kumar ji came and called upon Congress President and asked her to lead the Mahagathbandhan. Here you cannot keep Mr. Gehlot together with you, who has been like a shadow with the High Command all along. And how do you treat Mr. Gehlot? I would say this would be like, as Shakespeare said, the most unkindness. That's the only time I think he used 2 superlatives. Most unkindest cut of all is that they will issue a notice to him. Isn't this a joke? You can't even keep Gehlot together and you expect to head a coalition which will have Sharad Pawar ji, you will have Yechuri ji, you will have Nitish Kumar ji, you will have Lalu Prasad, and maybe some others also, maybe some other people will also join in. So how do you keep them together? I think here is a living example that somebody has not only kept the Congress government intact, having such a slight margin, like they had 101 MLAs, and he has kept this even in spite of the threat of from within and outside, all kind of challenges. 10 independents are supporting Mr. Gehlot. He should have been rewarded. But this is their own, I think, at least only positive thing that I see from where I sit today, because I was also issued a notice, and I'm very small fry, I'm nobody compared to Gehlot Sahab. I would not compromise on my dignity and my self-respect, and I don't think Gehlot Sahab would even consider this, that he is issued a notice. And let me tell you, Rahulji, I go on record with you I'm not here, what you call this Schadenfreude, I'm not seeking pleasure out somebody else's misery. I have stayed with the party for 50 years, and I feel, though I have parted ways, but I still have a feeling, and I think if a notice is given, you can take this notice to Gehlot Sahab as epitaph of Congress party. Any Garatmand, as would say, somebody who has some self-respect, whether he is a block pradhan, whether he is some leader sitting in Maharashtra or anywhere in the country, they will resign, because this will be a clear signal to all the so-called leaders or the people who have stood by loyal with the Congress. It would be tumhara number bhi lagega. And I think the first casualty in this case would be Baghel Sahab. I think there is also a rebellion brewing, and let's see, first let this whole issue unfold, and we will wait for the outcome.
You know, you're in a Shakespearean mood today, but over the last 10 minutes, you've done some aag mein ghee ka kaam. You warned against the consequences which may follow.
No, Rahulji, no, don't blame me. I am not to be blamed. It is Congress party's own doing. Only positive thing that I saw in this whole thing was that at least nobody has yet blamed BJP for it, that BJP's lotus operation is going on. It is their own doing, and they're still digging deeper and deeper. I don't know when they will stop.
Sunil Kumar Jakar's money is on Harish Chaudhary, who was the Congress in charge of Punjab. He's the man Jakar thinks will be the Rajasthan ka Channi. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Jakar. I want to go across now to Priyanka Chaturvedi, who, as I said earlier, had this very wry half smile as she was listening to Pratap Singh Kachariyawas speak of all that was happening within. You've been in the Congress, you're now on the outside. The Shiv Sena ran a government along with the Congress and the NCP in Maharashtra. It is true that efforts are on at this moment to bring the opposition together. In the light of what's happening in Rajasthan at this moment and their inability to hold on to someone who's as close to the Gandhis as Ashok Gehlot, do you think it really signals trouble for the opposition and for the Congress in particular?
I think what is happening within the Congress party is something that the Congress presidentship, Congress leadership would handle. With regards to the change of leadership, the change of Congress being led by, effectively led by Srimati Sonia Gandhi to someone who is coming from a non-Gandhi background. It was Mr. Ashok Gehlot who declared that he would want to contest the president election. It is his MLAs in Rajasthan. It's an elected assembly. MLAs have come winning their constituencies, who are showing us, a sense of confidence in his leadership. Then I do not know where would you consider this rebellion? Rebellion would mean that they are going against some kind of leadership that has been maintained over the many years. Mr. Ashok Gehlot has been the leader when he was elected as the chief minister. In 2020, these very MLAs had seen a rebellion happen, engineered by the Bharatiya Janata Party to try and break the rank and file of the Congress party and pull down the government. We've seen that happen in Maharashtra. He successfully managed to undo that coup, continued to be the chief minister. If he enjoys the support of his MLAs and his MLAs have expressed something, I think it is only fair that the leadership hears them out and takes a call which is a call of consensus rather than a call which goes against what the MLAs think. But that is, again, I would like to say that is something which is an internal churning.
So you're suggesting that the Congress should really respect the fact that Rajasthan MLAs, or at least a majority of them, would like Gehlot or someone of his choice and not Sachin Pilot to be the next chief minister, and you don't think of this as an act of rebellion?
So I have no act of rebellion. I mean, I would want to understand if there is going to be a consensus on who's going to be leading them. Then the sense of consensus has to come from the MLAs, if I'm not mistaken. I know in BJP, overnight, a sitting chief minister is asked to resign along with his entire cabinet, and the next day the new chief minister is made to sit, and the entire new cabinet swears allegiance to the new chief minister without MLAs being told what is happening, it coming from Delhi. But that is not how it should be. It is something that they have seen. So it's a very unique case. You can't even compare it to a Punjab. What happened in Punjab, of course, that was a royal mess, but what you're seeing here is something which is a churning internally as far as the top leadership of the party is concerned, as well as the top leadership of Rajasthan is concerned. So the sooner they end it, the sooner they reach some kind of conclusion, the better it would be for the party. And as far as alliance partners are concerned, we are all on page to ensure that we come across as a strong opposition and speak about the BJP's policies which are not working for the people of the country, whether it is price rise, whether it is fuel prices, whether it is various other issues that are afflicting the people of this country, unemployment, taxes, everything.
Okay, the Shiv Sena essentially suggesting that you'd want this royal mess to get over and get on with the real task of fighting the BJP rather than fighting themselves. Priyanka Chaturvedi for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. Nalin Kohli hasn't had much to say so far and he hasn't needed to because there is a big Congress Todo Andolan that's going on rather than Bharat Jodo, and this from the BJP's perspective is great news. How are you sitting in the BJP looking at your opponents duking against each other? You'd be delighted.
It's really not about delight, Rahul, and the honest truth is it just exposes the hollowness and the duplicity in the Congress party. I mean, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is on this imaginary Bharat Jodo Yatra. India as a united country has been since 47 after the Todo Abhiyan that resulted in two countries being formed. So, I mean, there is no need to Jodo India. The only thing that needs to be Jodoed is the Congress party. I mean, it's imploding. That's the clear thing. So why pick the BJP up in this so-called thing and RSS and try to make a thing? This is possibly an attempt by Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his advisors to remove focus from the real problems that beset the Congress party. And you're seeing a classic example here of what's happening in Rajasthan. Another point to note is, it's okay, it's for the Congress party to run its party as it wishes to, its leadership. We are not here to advise it and nor do we wish to advise it. But the fact of the matter is there are two standards in the Congress party, one for the family, as in the family, and one for the rest of the Congress party. So if you have a Rajiv Gandhi or an Indira Gandhi and perhaps even a Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, I'm not sure about him, but certainly Indira Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, if my memory is correct, they both were presidents of the Congress party while being Prime Minister. But that rule cannot apply to a non-Gandhi family member. So you have a one man, one post. So this also exposes the typical Congress approach that the Gandhi-Nehru-Gandhi family will have a set of rules. The rest of the Congress party will have another set of rules. So that's the second point.
In the midst of all of this,
the third point is,
okay, go on.
With regard to the Congress party, which just to say that I think Sunil Jakharji made a very, very interesting observation. That you're talking about democracy and what you are seeing is a directive from the top without any element of democracy. So why have this farce? Why? The Congress, look, a political party is entitled to run the way its leadership wants. They have a family-centric leadership. The BJP doesn't have that. In the BJP, a poor person can become the Prime Minister without belonging to any special family, which is Narendra Modi. Or the same would apply to JP Nadda ji, Amit Shah ji, Venkaiah Naidu ji, Rajnath ji, everyone. L.K. Advani ji and so on and so forth, right up to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, all of them. They didn't belong to a particular family and they didn't occupy the positions in the BJP or in the government for being in a particular family. Now the Congress and many other political parties run around a family. That is their model. We are no one to advise, don't run it like that. But why pretend that you don't wish to run it like that? This entire saga clearly shows that this is how the Congress will run with the diktat of the Nehru-Gandhi family. So run it like that. Why this hypocrisy about democracy? Why this hypocrisy and duplicity about Bharat Jodo? Everything is there.
Okay.
You do your political work. If you wish to do it, why foist it on somebody else? Why blame us for Bharat Jodo or as if the country is in turmoil?
When you've got opponents like the Congress,
the
government in power doesn't really have much to do. The opponents kind of implode and take each other down. So Nalin Kohli has had very little to do on this show and he's very happy with the way the Congress is imploding. Thanks for joining us, Nalin. We'll come back to you when there's a real fight. The fight should really be BJP versus Congress, not Congress versus Congress. Rahul Srivastav joins us and I've got Supriya Bhardwaj joining us. Supriya Bhardwaj is in Koppam in Kerala, which is where Rahul Gandhi is, and in our entire newsroom, Supriya knows Rahul Gandhi's mind better than anybody else does. So Supriya, what does RG think of what's happening in Rajasthan? Ashok Gehlot was said to be his choice. Both Sonia and Rahul share a good equation with Ashok Gehlot. He's rebelled. His MLAs say Gehlot wasn't involved. Does Rahul Gandhi buy that? He's busy playing football with these kids in Kerala in those pictures from Palakkad. But what's he thinking of this royal mess in Rajasthan?
Well, as far as Rajasthan is concerned and Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Rahul Gandhi last evening had a very long discussion with all his lieutenants, including Venugopal, and today morning Venugopal was rushed to Delhi and a strategy was formed. And at the same time also Ajay Maken was along with Mallikarjun Kharge came back from Jaipur to Delhi. Ajay Maken didn't even meet Ashok Gehlot, and all the leaders in the Congress party are maintaining that the High Command is very angry with the way things have happened in the state of Rajasthan yesterday. That's why the tough stand which has been taken by the central leadership, we are seeing that as to how now the MLAs are coming out and saying that Gehlot is nowhere involved. There's a huge question mark which has been put on Mr. Gehlot now, because on one side he had said very famously that his resignation is with Congress president, and whenever she'll say to step down, he'll step down. But then when the time came, when the moment came, what he did was nothing but he went all out and actually ensured that there is actually nothing but a show of strength by Jaipur to New Delhi. Well, as far as the Congress's leaders are concerned, the MLAs are concerned, we are picking up this information that already the hunt for the next Congress candidates, presidential poll candidates have started. There are 4 names which are emerging, one being that of Mukul Wasing, second being that of Mallikarjun Kharge, third being that of KC Venugopal, and even Digvijay Singh. So already hectic meetings are taking place in the national capital at the moment, and here also in Kerala a strong vigil has been kept as to what is the development taking place in Rajasthan as well as in Delhi. So one thing is for sure, that this time the Congress party leaders are saying that on one hand we are ensuring that there is a Bharat Jodo Yatra. We were making sure that no issue goes to in the hands of the BJP. But what has happened in Rajasthan has actually...
This better. How did they, there's one thing about having this Bharat Jodo Yatra, the other is about having your nose to the ground and having your ear to the ground and knowing what's going on in your own party. How can the Gandhi family be so clueless about what Ashok Gehlot was planning?
Well, as far as Ashok Gehlot is concerned, he is one of the most trustworthy aide of the Gandhi family. And what has come yesterday, everybody thought that when the CLP leader meeting has been called, all the MLAs will come. They will actually go all out and pass that one-line resolution that Congress president is authorized to take whatever decision, and then there would be a nomination on the date of 28th or 29th by Ashok Gehlot. That didn't happen. What happened was a show of strength, and the development which took place in Jaipur took everybody by surprise, whether it was in Delhi or in Kerala, where the Bharat Jodo Yatra was going on. I spoke to one of the most senior leaders in the party, and he said that what has come is nothing short of a shock, because Gehlot, this was not expected from Gehlot. This is what a very senior leader of the Congress party, a CWC member, has said. So there is a huge criticism which is coming towards Mr. Gehlot's side also. As far as the Congress party is concerned, what we are picking up from the sources is that somehow, most likely, Mr. Gehlot is out from the race of the presidential.
So if Gehlot is out, who and what could happen next? Rahul Srivastav, Mallikarjun Kharge, Mukul Wasnik, Digvijay Singh, KC Venugopal, these are some of the names that are doing the rounds. If you were to do a SWOT analysis, given what's happened with Ashok Gehlot and given how trustworthy Ashok Gehlot was deemed to be before 7 p.m. last evening, what do you think is most likely from here? Is Gehlot completely out? Who's most likely in?
See, Rahul, if you look at the chaos theory, and I think right now what the Congress is going through something like that, though somebody like Shashi Tharoor, with his level of articulation, calls it the Farrago movement, the confused mixture. In that, I think everything seems to be moving. The Congress might eventually have no choice but to lean back on Sonia Gandhi. I think if the Congress has to, because there is going to be further mess. It's not going to end here, because what was initially bad, Sachin Pilot in the bad books of MLAs is now Ashok Gehlot in the bad books of the Congress High Command. Then you have got a situation in which Ashok Gehlot has created a situation in which he wanted to stay innocent by going to the Tanod Devi's temple in Jaisalmer, where his phone doesn't work. But very steadily over the last 15 days, he has been going to different areas where the Grameen Olympics are going on. Now, he has been meeting people on the sidelines there, all the MLAs, and sending across a political message. I think a preparation was on. I think if call records are checked, of several MLAs who reached the gate of the Chief Minister's residence, who called those people, 11 of them, I'm told, that they should actually go to Mr. Shanti Dhariwal's house, so the picture will get clearer. I think the Congress has moved into a zone where it will be very difficult for Ashok Gehlot to be there. If Mallikarjun Kharge and others were a choice, then I think the Congress would have leaned on them earlier. I think the Congress needed somebody with experience and trust, which Ashok Gehlot has betrayed. Instead of cutting the hand, biting the hand which was feeding him to the top of the party, he has actually, like a magician, made the powers of the High Command disappear for a certain amount of time. And I think that's why that one-line resolution which Supriya was talking about authorized Sonia Gandhi. I think the Congress High Command's first task will be now to get that one-line resolution passed to ensure that the authority of the High Command is maintained in the Congress party. Otherwise, I think there are some very tough times ahead.
Okay, Preeti Chowdhury joins us from Jaipur. She's been speaking to multiple people in the Sachin Pilot camp. What's Bechara Pilot thinking of what's happening at this moment? He's the typical person who's always set to sit on the Dule ka throne. It never works out for him. He's all set, ready to go, and somehow just at the last moment, the ball seems to swing against him. So what's going to happen to Pilot? What's he making of this?
You know, Rahul, the dust is just about settling on what happened or what went down yesterday. But, you know, if last night we were talking about the fact that, the Jadugar, the magician, Ashok Gehlot has pulled out another rabbit from his hat. By the evening today, at least in Jaipur political circles, there is talk that maybe Ashok Gehlot could have overplayed. The magician overplayed his hand. There seems to be new rigor where the Sachin Pilot camp is concerned. And why I tell you that is, let's look at Shanti Dhariwal's press conference that has just taken place. There is a sense of maybe not panic, but there is a sense of urgency in the Gehlot camp of MLAs to convey to the public that, listen, hey, this is not about Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi. Why are you making it about the High Command? People like us who come from Delhi to cover, the going-ons here are getting calls from the, MLAs from the Gehlot camp, telling us that why are you projecting it as Gehlot versus the High Command?
No, but while someone like a Sachin Pilot, Preeti, would be a favorite of the Delhi media, and most people watching India Today at this time, I presume, would want someone like him to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. He doesn't have the backing of the majority of the Congress MLAs in the state of Rajasthan, and that's the fact. And they're the ones, not the viewers of India Today TV, not the reporters tracking the beat or the story. They're the ones who will decide who gets to be the next CM. Why is he so unpopular amongst his MLAs?
But, the fact is, Rahul, he knows that better. He knows he doesn't have the number. So what has Sachin Pilot done now? He's put all his eggs in only one basket, which is the Gandhi basket, which is rather untenable at this point of time. So if the Gehlot camp is trying to underplay the Gehlot versus Sonia conflict, the Sachin Pilot camp would want us to believe, or would want to overplay, that it is a Gehlot versus the High Command battle. And he's now out of the race. So on that account, Sachin Pilot is hoping that this becomes about a fight between the High Command and Gehlot, that Gehlot is completely cut off the presidential elections. The MLAs will read the writing and slowly gravitate towards back to what the High Command whip was. So that is where Sachin Pilot comes from. He knows he doesn't have the numbers. Even if we go with what went down yesterday, not more than 10 MLAs are by his side. But having said that, through the course of the evening, when we've been talking to a lot of MLAs who actually put pen to paper on that resignation yesterday at CP Joshi's residence, many of them, after the news floated that possibly the High Command is not very happy with Ashok Gehlot, that he could be completely out of the president's race, a lot of them are now gravitating back towards maybe not Sachin Pilot, but a constant reassurance, especially to the media, that listen, we are with what the High Command says.
Well, on the one side, you've got Ashok Gehlot, who seems determined to enforce his choice amongst the 100-odd MLAs amongst the 90-odd MLAs who support him. And then there is the Gandhi family, which at this moment, from all indications, is still backing Sachin Pilot, because Priyanka and Sonia made a promise to him that they would help him be CM. Gehlot or Gandhi's, whose writ will prevail. That is what it is down to at this moment. We'll track this story. We take no sides. We bring you all aspects, every dimension of this political drama. I'll slip into a break. I'll have more for you when I come back on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? To do steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one. Hey, I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? To do steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Well, you know, cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer.
You're on board the news track. Navratri celebrations began across India today, from the north to the south, the east to the west, the country drenched in festive colour. 9-day festivities will culminate with Dussehra and then finally Deepavali. Enjoy the colours of Navratri.
Individuals from this building have commented. Deborah Lipstadt, our special envoy, commented on this. She called these comments, she said she was deeply alarmed by this rhetoric. She made the point that rhetoric of this nature is inexcusable. In some 75 years after the end of the Holocaust.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination, Monday night. The big story is the Rajasthan desert storm. Ashok Gehlot has embarrassed the Gandhis. Have they lost control of the Congress? Whatever happened to the High Command? Also, who will ensure justice for Ankita? That story continues to make the headlines. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The Rajasthan Congress split wide open as Ashok Gehlot digs in his heels. His camp supporters refuse Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister. All eyes now on Sonia Gandhi as party observers recommend disciplinary action against Gehlot, who still maintains that he's not giving up on being party president. Centre's digital strike down on fake news. INB ministry asks YouTube to down 45 videos from 10 channels aimed at spreading hatred among religious communities. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar takes a dig at the United States over the decision to send F-16s package to Pakistan. Says US is enabling Pakistan to resist counter-terrorism ops. With 10 state elections and the big 2024 election in sight, JP Nadda likely to get an extension to continue as BJP president for 2 more years. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest is shot dead. Meanwhile, in India, pro-hijab stir now spreads to Kerala. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline in court. Actor evades questions on her link to conman Sukesh. Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. Jacqueline is looking for it too. Weak global cues take Dalal Street to their lowest level in 2 months. Sensex Nifty lose over a percentage each. Rupee weakens to an all-time low of 81 rupees and 65 paise to the dollar. All eyes now on RBI's rate decision. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. And a deadly school shooting in a Russian city leaves 6 killed, 20 injured after a gunman opens fire. Shooter later kills himself. But the big story comes from Rajasthan, where the Congress is finding itself in a major crisis. Now, sources telling India Today, close to Ashok Gehlot, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi family. Sources close to Gehlot saying Gehlot is still happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but importantly, the choice of Rajasthan Chief Minister must be left to the MLAs. Sources telling India Today that Gehlot is expected to meet the Gandhis in the next 48 to 72 hours to try and resolve the issue. So clearly Ashok Gehlot trying to emerge conciliatory towards the Congress leadership. Joining me now is Preeti Chaudhary, who's been tracking all of this in Jaipur. Preeti, it appears that the two camps have very clear views. Sachin Pilot is banking on the Gandhis to topple Ashok Gehlot in a way or move him out of Jaipur and replace him with Pilot. The Gehlot camp, on the other hand, seems to believe that Ashok Gehlot can be both Congress president and get his person in power in Jaipur. So, which way is this heading?
Well, in the last 24 hours or the last, since last evening, Rajdeep, if I'm to look at it, if till late last night you and I were discussing and, we were talking about the fact that the Jadugar, the magician from Rajasthan has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. By the evening today, there is a sense in the political circles in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, that the magician might have overplayed his hand. Why I say that is, Rajdeep, there is a sense of urgency where the Gehlot camp is concerned, that it conveys to the media, it conveys especially to the Congress that, hey, this is not a fight between the Congress, High Command and Gehlot. It is very well just a fight, or it is about keeping Sachin Pilot out, who the MLAs feel were the ones, 2 years ago he stitched together a rebellion with the BJP, and why award him right now? We can see that now. Let's see, about an hour ago, Shanti Dhariwal held a press conference where his main focus of that press conference was to constantly reiterate that we have nothing against Sonia Gandhi. This is not about the High Command. So while there is a sense of urgency to downplay the conflict which is being seen or perceived as Gehlot versus the High Command, on the other hand, the Sachin camp would want us to believe and would want to play up this conflict. Because for Sachin, it works better if it's seen as a fight not between Sachin and Gehlot, but a fight between Ashok Gehlot and directly the High Command here.
Okay, very quickly though, is the sense that you get, Preeti, that the Ashok Gehlot camp will not accept Sachin Pilot, come what may?
Yes and no. Why I say that right now is it's in a very precarious position, Rajdeep. We've been speaking to a lot of MLAs who put pen to paper last night at CP Joshi's residence. While at this evening, news started to circulate that the Congress High Command is extremely miffed at Ashok Gehlot for what went down yesterday. They are now making an attempt to reach out and make it clear that, listen, we have nothing against Gehlot. We didn't want to put pen to paper. We actually will go exactly with what the High Command says, and a lot of MLAs are actually coming out and saying it post this, post about 4 p.m. In the morning, there was a lull, but now, once again, there is a sense of some of these MLAs at least gravitating back, maybe not to Sachin Pilot as yet, but to the party whip.
We'll wait and see how this plays out. Fast changing developments. Remember, lots is happening in Delhi too, and we'll go to that. Kamal Nath has met Sonia Gandhi. Will he play the role of peacemaker, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister? But joining me now is someone who did, in a way, is seen now to have led the Gehlot camp against Sachin Pilot. Pratap Singh Kachariyawas is Rajasthan's minister, close to Ashok Gehlot. Kachariyawas जी, ये बताइए, क्या हम माने कि कहीं ना कहीं ये आप चाहते हैं कि कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री बने राजस्थान का, बट सचिन पायलट किसी भी हालत में आप तैयार नहीं है? क्या ये गेहलोत बनाम सचिन पायलट है या गेहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली?
ना तो ये गहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली है, क्योंकि गांधी फैमिली के सबसे बड़े लॉयलिस्ट अशोक गहलोत जी हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी की बात पर जो व्यक्ति अपनी जान दे सकता हो, उसके लिए इस तरह की बात करना बहुत गलत है। कल भी वो बहुत नाराज़ हुए MLAs के एक्शन को लेकर। जब वो नाराज़ हुए तो धारीवाल जी ने उनसे कहा कि आप ही ने कहा था, जब कैंप चला 1 महीने तक लोगों ने बगावत कर दी, मानेसर चले गए थे, तब इन्होंने बड़ा मार्मिक भाषण दिया। गहलोत साहब ने कहा कि ये कैंप सोनिया गांधी जी का कैंप है, ये कांग्रेस का कैंप है, और इस कैंप में रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, अजय माकन जी सब बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस इधर है। आज मुझे तुम्हारी ज़रूरत है, तुम्हारे ऊपर कोई संकट आएगा तो मैं अभिभावक के रूप में तुम्हारा काम करूंगा। सारे MLA जिनके साथ खड़े रहकर बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब दिया। आपको याद होगा राजदीप जी, तब गवर्नर साहब ने मिलने का टाइम नहीं दिया हमें। हम लोग जब गवर्नर हाउस गए तो गवर्नर हाउस में घुसने नहीं दिया, विधानसभा को भंग करने की तैयारी हो गई थी, वहाँ हमको धरना देना पड़ा। अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ज़मीन पर बैठे रहे। उस दिन मैंने हालत देखी कि हमारे लिए नाश्ता पुलिस को अंदर नहीं लाने दिया गया गवर्नर हाउस में। गवर्नर साहब नाराज़ हो गए। तो आपको हमने वो दौर भी देखा है। ये लड़ाई, मेरे एक बात समझ में नहीं आ रही, देश में राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनकी पदयात्रा चल रही है, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, और इस वक्त जिस तरह से अचानक जल्दीबाजी में ये सब किया गया, तो आपको मीटिंग बुलानी है, बुलाइए ना, कौन मना कर रहा है? सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम अपनी जान दे सकते हैं। तो कुर्सी है, हाईकमांड का फैसला तोड़ना हो गया। सोनिया गांधी जी का कोई डिसीजन होगा तो वो अशोक गहलोत जी को बुलाकर कह देंगी। MLA भी, क्या हम सोनिया गांधी जी को, पूरा देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी मां समझता है,
लेकिन खाचरियावास जी
उनके आह्वान पर अपनी जान देने को लोग तैयार हैं।
सब ठीक है। हमें जो जानकारी मिली कि सोनिया गांधी जी का फैसला था, और अजय माकन ने ये आप सभी को कहा कि वो चाहती हैं कि एक लाइन रेजोल्यूशन हो कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन बनेगा अगला मुख्यमंत्री। अशोक गहलोत जी दिल्ली आएंगे कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, और सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे है कि उनको उनकी जगह रखा जाएगा, और आप लोग इस बात को नहीं माने। तो आप यहां कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जो भी कहे हम उसे मानेंगे। सच्चाई है कि जब सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे आने लगा, आपने उसका विरोध किया, यह सच्चाई है।
राजदीप जी, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूं, आप मेरे बारे में पता चल कर लेना। माकन साहब खड़गे साहब से मिलने जब तनूट माता जी के यहाँ से आए, मैं खुद उनसे मिलने गया। माकन साहब से मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा कि उन्होंने इनका नाम आगे किया, पायलट साहब का नाम। ऐसा कोई आदेश हमारे पास नहीं आया। विधायक दल की मीटिंग रात को 1:30 बजे मेरे पास महेश जोशी जी का फ़ोन आया, मुख्य सचेतक है, आप उनसे बात कर लेना। मैंने कहा यार, रात को 1:30 बजे आप मुझे फ़ोन कर रहे हो, कल 7 बजे मुख्यमंत्री के यहाँ पे विधायक दल की मीटिंग है। कि मैंने कहा कल तनोट माता जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, मैं भी जाऊँगा मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ, डोटासरा जी भी जाएंगे। क्या कर रहे हो आप? बोले यार अचानक वहाँ से कॉल आया, दिल्ली से मीटिंग रखनी है। मैंने कहा रख लो भाई, जब मीटिंग तय होगी तो हम तो जाने वाले थे मुख्यमंत्री निवास। MLA पहुँच गए वहाँ पे धारीवाल जी के यहाँ कि भाई मुख्यमंत्री निवास में आप मीटिंग करवा रहे हो, आप मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करो, ये क्या तरीका है? और वहाँ अफवाह ये फैल गई कि मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे, नया मुख्यमंत्री चुना जाएगा। नया मुख्यमंत्री उन लोगों में से चुना जाएगा जो 19 लोग सरकार गिराने में लगे हुए थे। आप मुझे बताइए, बहुमत से फैसला होता है। एक तरफ 102 विधायक है, एक तरफ 19 लोग हैं जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे। 1.5 महीने तक हम होटल में पड़े रहे, पूरी मेहनत की, पूरी बीजेपी से लड़े, उनमें से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा तो आप वोट के आधार पर मुख्यमंत्री का फैसला कर दो।
2 साल पहले सचिन पायलट ने बगावत की थी, अब हम 2022 में हैं। आज की तारीख में अगर सोनिया गांधी आपसे कहे खाचरियावास जी आप और बाकी विधायक सचिन पायलट को मुख्यमंत्री बनने दीजिए, आप मानेंगे या नहीं मानेंगे?
राजदीप जी एक बात सुन लीजिए, सोनिया गांधी जी के आदेश पर हम अपनी जान भी दे देंगे। सोनिया गांधी जी ने हमें ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कही है। जिस दिन कहेगी उस दिन आपको पता चलेगा। कभी भी प्रेस पर, मीडिया पर इस तरह की बातें, मेरे एक बात, एक तो मुझे आप राजदीप जी, आप तो बहुत सीनियर है, मैं आपका बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, मैं आपको बहुत बरसों से देख रहा हूं, आपका अपना एक सम्मान है, लोग आप पर भरोसा करते हैं। आखिर ऐसा क्या हो गया कि पूरा देश का मीडिया एक नाम के पीछे पड़ा है और वो ये तक बोलने को तैयार नहीं है कि 100 MLA तो ये चाहते हैं कि ये नहीं बने और 19 MLA चाहते हैं ये बने। तो क्या आप डेमोक्रेसी को बचाने के लिए भी देश का मीडिया बोलेगा क्या देश में वोट से राज बनता है?
नहीं,
वोट से प्रधानमंत्री
छोड़िए सर, मीडिया छोड़िए,
वोट से मनमोहन सिंह जी बने थे।
नहीं सर, मैं आपसे सीधा पूछ रहा हूं, आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। आप मेरे सवाल का सीधा जवाब दीजिए। अगर सोनिया गांधी कहती है कि अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आइए, सचिन पायलट जयपुर जाइए, आप मानेंगे?
मैं आपका सम्मान जरूर करता हूं, लेकिन जवाब देने के लिए मैं बाध्य नहीं हूं। सोनिया गांधी जी जिस दिन हमसे सवाल करेगी उस दिन वो हमारी मां के समान है, हम उनके हर आदेश की पालना करेंगे। लेकिन ये मैं मीडिया में आपके दबाव में आकर बोलूं, मेरा ऐसा नेचर नहीं है राजदीप जी। मैं आपको ये समझा रहा हूं
सर। मैं आपसे,
आप आगे पूछ लीजिए, कोई पूछ
नहीं, मैं आपसे एक बार फिर पूछूंगा। अगर अगर कांग्रेस ने तय किया है कि अशोक गहलोत,
पूछिए ना,
अगर
आपको ये आपका मैं सम्मान करता हूं, आपका बड़ा नाम है, आप पार्टी बन के मत पूछिए, मैं इतना सा आपसे चाहता हूं।
नहीं, मैं ये आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर कांग्रेस हाई कमांड चाहती है कि अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आ जाए, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बन जाए, कांग्रेस नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट, क्या आपको लगता है ये अच्छी बात है? और उनकी जगह कौन होना चाहिए? आप मुझे बताइए, आज किस व्यक्ति को आप चाहते हैं कि अगर अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आते?
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, अशोक गहलोत जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनते हैं, हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है। वो लीडर हैं। एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 वर्ष लगते हैं। 3 बार सीएम रहे, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहे। 50 वर्ष में एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है। बहुत धीर गंभीर अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, कांग्रेस को फायदा होगा। हालांकि वो चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी अध्यक्ष बने, जब राहुल गांधी जी ने मना कर दिया, कहा नहीं आप, यदि वो बनते हैं तो फायदा होगा। ये बात सुन लीजिए। फिर मुख्यमंत्री कौन बने ये तो एमएलएज में तय होगा ना। जहां बहुमत होगा, ज्यादा एमएलए चाहेंगे, हाईकमांड उनसे पूछेगा, ये हाईकमांड करता है। पिछली बार अशोक गहलोत जी भी ऐसे ही बने थे, ज्यादा एमएलए ने उनका नाम लिया, वो बन गए। जब एमएलए की राय होगी तो वो कल देख लिया आपने, एमएलए 102 जिन्होंने बगावत नहीं की, जो सोनिया गांधी जी के कैंप में बैठे थे सरकार बचाने के लिए, उनकी सबकी डिमांड है उनमें से कोई एक बनना चाहिए, 102 में से कोई बन जाए। और मान लीजिए फिर भी कोई राय होगी तो एमएलए की और हाईकमांड की राय से फैसला होगा। मैं आज टीवी पे बोल दूं किसी का नाम, अच्छा लगता है कोई?
नहीं, तो आप कह रहे
जब राय बनेगी तब एमएलए
तो आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं कचरियावास जी, आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं जो भी दिल्ली से आया उन्होंने पहले एमएलएस की राय लेनी चाहिए थी, उसके बाद सीएलपी मीटिंग बुलानी चाहिए थी। क्या ये सही है? पहले एमएलए से बात करें, एमएलए तय करेंगे कौन अगला मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा राजस्थान का। क्या ये सही है?
सीएलपी की मीटिंग बुलाना हाईकमांड का हक है। हाईकमांड जब भी सीएलपी की मीटिंग बुलाएगा सभी एमएलए उसमें जाएंगे। कल एमएलए ने अपने परिवार में अपनी नाराजगी व्यक्त की। जो एमएलए 1.5 महीने तक सोनिया गांधी जी के आदेश पर, कांग्रेस के आदेश पर, अशोक गहलोत जी के आदेश पर उनके साथ खड़े होकर सरकार बचा रहे थे, यदि कल उन्होंने नाराजगी व्यक्त की तो एक परिवार का मामला है। ये प्रभारी का उनका काम है एमएलए को राजी रखना, सुनना, समझना। यदि उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया तो एक परिवार का मामला है। अपने लोगों में नाराजगी होती तो बैठकर बात करके निपटाया जाएगा। ये कह दिया जाए कि कल तक वो एमएलए सड़कों पर भी हम ही लड़ते हैं, हम ही दिल्ली जाते हैं, हम ही जयपुर में लड़ते हैं, हम ही खून बहाते हैं, हम ही गिरफ्तारी देते हैं। यदि अपने परिवार में एमएलए ये कह रहे हैं कि जिसके साथ ज्यादा एमएलए उसको बना दीजिए किसी को भी, तो उसमें कोई गुनाह तोड़ना कर रहे हैं, तो डेमोक्रेसी है। वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
मेरा आखिरी
हम तो डेमोक्रेसी को ही खत्म करने में लग गए। आप मीडिया ये कह रहा है डेमोक्रेसी मत मानिए, मीडिया जिसको कह रहा है उसको बना दीजिए।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सचिन पायलट इन अ वे इज अ मीडिया क्रिएशन। आपने नाम नहीं लिया, मैं ये कह रहा हूं, लेकिन मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको,
मैं आज कह रहा हूं मैनेजमेंट का और मीडिया का क्रिएशन है। जिसके पास वोट होते हैं ना, उनको इतनी माथाफोड़ी करने की जरूरत नहीं होती। यदि कल विधायक दल की मीटिंग थी, वहां 19-20 एमएलए ही पहुंचे, क्यों भाई इतना बड़ा रिएक्शन हो गया? एमएलए ने इस्तीफा दे दिया। और अब मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के घर पे मीटिंग थी, गहलोत साहब वहीं बैठे थे, बुला लेते ना। गहलोत साहब ने हमको भेजा लाने के लिए, हमको, मेरे को, डोटासरा जी को, धारीवाल जी को, डोटासरा स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट है, संयम लोढ़ा को, महेश जोशी को, हमारी बात नहीं सुनी एमएलए ने। क्या आप वही लोग हैं ना जो कल तक सरकार बचाने के लिए हमसे बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे थे? टग ऑफ वार इतना हुआ, इतना झगड़ा हुआ, उन्हीं एमएलए में से किसी को हमें क्यों ले जाना चाहते हो? आधे लोग जा चुके थे। अब वो नवरात्रा के बाद जब आएंगे, मीटिंग होगी, जैसा हाईकमांड कहेगा, सोनिया जी कहेगी, राहुल जी कहेंगे वैसा हो जाएगा, अशोक गहलोत जी कहेंगे वैसा मान लेंगे। लेकिन ये बात मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, डेमोक्रेसी में विधायकों की राय से, विधायकों की संख्या से नेता का फैसला होना चाहिए।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, क्या अजय माकन ने कहा यह बगावत है, ये इनडिसिप्लिन है, आप कैसे देखते हैं? वॉज इट इनडिसिप्लिन कि आप लोग वहां पहुंचे नहीं, अशोक गहलोत के साथ सीएलपी मीटिंग नहीं हो पाई? क्या आप मानते हैं कि यह बगावत है?
माकन साहब 1.5 महीने तक जब सरकार बचा रहे थे तब हमारे साथ होटल में थे और वो जानते हैं कि इनडिसिप्लिन किसने किया, बगावत किसने की। माकन साहब हमारे परिवार के मुखिया हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, हमारे बड़े भाई हैं। वो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, मैं उनका खंडन नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन वो इस बात को भी जानते हैं। कल उन्हीं के साथ हम खाना खा रहे थे, उन्हीं के साथ बैठे थे, मैं खुद पहले उनसे मिलने गया, उन्हीं के कहने से धारीवाल जी को बुलाने गया, एमएलए ने वापस नहीं और वापस उनकी बात कराई फोन पर। माकन साहब क्यों कह रहे हैं, क्या कारण है? माकन साहब को आप उनका हक है, मेरे से सीनियर लीडर है, मैं उनके लिए कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। उसके बाद धारीवाल जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली है, आप उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देख लीजिए। धारीवाल जी मेरे से सीनियर लीडर हैं, उन्होंने पूरी बात कह दी है, सच्चाई सामने आ जाएगी।
काचरियावास जी, आपने आज बड़ी बात कही है कि नवरात्र तक रुकिए, जो भी होगा अब नवरात्र के बाद होगा। एक तरह से वेट एंड वॉच, पर आप रूल आउट नहीं कर रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत अभी दिल्ली आ सकते हैं और कोई अन्य व्यक्ति मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता है, लेकिन एमएलएस का चॉइस होगा। काचरियावास जी, आपने बहुत बड़ी बात कही है। यू हैव गिवन अस सम बिग न्यूज पॉइंट्स। आई अप्रिशिएट योर जॉइनिंग अस। फॉर दोज हु नीड अ ट्रांसलेशन, इफेक्टिवली व्हाट मिस्टर Kachariyawas is saying, MLAs will decide who becomes the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. They will not go with Sachin Pilot because they hold Mr. Pilot responsible for the rebellion against Mr. Gehlot 2 years ago. Now, all of this is taking place in 24 hours where the party high command has found itself embarrassed in a way by the failure to get its way in Rajasthan. Now, a detailed report has been sought from the Central Congress observers, Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge. But is the damage control enough? And what does it mean for the Gandhi family? Take a look.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा ने हमारे से एक लिखित रिपोर्ट पूरे घटनाक्रम के ऊपर मांगी है और वो लिखित रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक के हम कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को दे देंगे।
Hit by a firestorm in Rajasthan, the Congress High Command is buying time. Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge, the observers sent by the party to Jaipur, returned empty-handed on Monday. Emerging from their meeting with Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the evening, Makan gave his response to each of the demands made by the rebels in Rajasthan. Demand 1, decision must be taken only after the Congress President is elected.
ये कैसे संभव है कि वो व्यक्ति जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव कर रहे हैं कि सारे अधिकार कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को दिए जाएं, वो व्यक्ति कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं और 19 अक्टूबर को अगर चुनाव जीत जाते हैं तो उसके बाद वो खुद फैसला करेंगे, तो ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो क्या है?
Demand number 2, no one-on-one meetings with MLAs should be held. Meetings should be with all MLAs sitting together.
कभी भी ऐसा कांग्रेस में नहीं होता है कि विधायक दल की मीटिंग के अंदर समूह में बात करी जाए, सब विधायकों से अलग अलग बात करी जाती है ताकि सब लोग फ्री एंड फेयर तरीके से अपनी बात को कह सके।
And demand number 3, the chief minister should be from the 102 MLAs who stayed with Gehlot during the 2020 rebellion by Sachin Pilot.
वो भी फैसला होगा, आप लोगों की बात को स्पष्ट तरीके से कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा के सामने रखा जाएगा।
Makan made it clear the MLAs had committed an act of indiscipline by skipping the legislature party meet on Sunday evening.
सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज पर मेरा चार्ज है कि वो पक्षपातपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ के विधायकों से बात कर रहे थे। डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर होते हुए और प्रदेश कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष होते हुए आज उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज आ गए।
The day saw the High Command get into a huddle with a few key leaders. The Gandhi's trusted aide, K.C. Venugopal, General Secretary in charge of the organization, rushed in from Kerala with a message from Rahul Gandhi, who continued with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Veteran leader Kamal Nath also flew into Delhi. The two main players, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, stayed back in Jaipur, both not giving up an inch.
The rebellion in Rajasthan Congress has put the party high command, meaning the Gandhi family, in a serious fix. It now has to consider the fate of the chief minister and also decide upon a person they can trust for the post of the party's national president. But the big question that still remains is whether it will crack the whip on Ashok Gehlot or swallow its pride and let him continue for the time being. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
So are the Gandhis losing control of the Congress? Has the high command culture in a way been challenged by Mr. Gehlot and his supporters? Is Gehlot fighting his last political battle in a way? Joining me now is Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, Sanjay Jha, who should be supered as suspended Congress leader. More than anything else, he remains a congressman at heart, he says. Rashid Kidwai is author and political commentator, wrote a book, 24 Akbar Road, on the Congress. And Shehzad Poonawala is the BJP spokesperson, was once with the Congress. So all three of you at least have a solid Congress connection. Let's turn to you, Mr. Jha, first, because there will be those at the moment who will say that in the Congress what we are seeing is one self-goal after the other that has only suggested how weak, and some would say inept, the Congress leadership has become, that you can't even enforce your writ on Jaipur. How do you respond?
Well, you know, Rajdeep, when you have remained fossilized for a long period of time, you can't suddenly bloom like a flower. It takes time. And clearly the Congress is at the moment, bitten several bullets at the same time. You have a Bharat Jodo Yatra that is occupying a lot of resources of the party in terms of time and investment of people. Plus you have the presidential elections happening. And then you have the Himachal and Gujarat, very critical elections in my opinion. So I do believe that somewhere down the line, the entire Rajasthan episode basically is once again a very, shall we say, harsh reminder of the fact that the Congress party is today paying a price for several years of complete atrophy and lethargy. The writing on the wall on Rajasthan was known long time ago. The battle between both Mr. Pilot and where Mr. Gehlot is concerned has been brewing since the very time that Mr. Gehlot became chief minister for the third time. And I think that is the reason why the Congress today is having, its cup of woes overflowing. But going forward, I do believe that end of day, the Congress has an opportunity, a historic opportunity, because I remain an eternal optimist, Rajdeep, that as darker gets the night, it emits a brighter ray. So if the Congress today has to really bite the bullet, they should do so now. And the one way to do that will be to send out a message that anybody playing an internal rebellion within the party needs to be shown the door. It doesn't matter.
Sanjay Jha, are you serious? You believe that the Congress should show a door to Ashok Gehlot and bring in Sachin Pilot in a way as chief minister, even though the majority of the MLAs that you just heard don't want Pilot. They say Mr. Pilot is a TV neta. You've written columns, for example, saying make Sachin Pilot and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as the faces of the Congress. The MLAs are very different. Please, sometimes you seem to actually believe that Sachin Pilot is the one who should be the chief minister, and you're saying Ashok Gehlot should be shown the door. Is that what you're saying?
I do believe that Mr. Gehlot, after what has transpired in Rajasthan, does not deserve to be the Congress president. Let me say so with full responsibility on your program. And I say so despite knowing many people within the Congress who will agree with me and not say so publicly. But I do hope the Congress does not allow him to get away scot-free. As far as Sachin is concerned, Rajdeep, you are a veteran. You know it. Power is a glue, not just in the Congress and every political party. Now, between 2017, till the elections, when Sachin played an instrumental role in the Congress comeback, I can tell you this, Mr. Gehlot, when he got the green signal from the high command to be a chief minister, everybody who was an MLA, and Sachin worked very hard to get the party back, they flocked to him. You make Sachin Pilot the chief minister, they will go to him within 2 weeks' time. They will sing a different tune. You saw that in Punjab. The moment Navjot Singh Sidhu and Charan Singh Chani came, nobody was backing Amrinder Singh despite Amrinder Singh being chief minister for 5 years. Okay. That's unfortunately the political morality of our times. So the truth is that today, all those who are saying Mr. Gehlot, because for 4 years he's been the chief minister, he's used his powers to, obviously distribute goodies all over the place. So there is no loyalty. I don't think it's got anything to do with principles. Sachin deserves to be the chief minister. And let me share something else with you on your show. Sachin was assured by the Congress High Command in 2017 that he would be made chief minister within a year or a year and a half. So there are a lot of issues behind the scenes, and I do believe that today, if elections are held under Mr. Gehlot's leadership, Shehzad Poonawala's party will romp home because there is a need for a change of leadership. Sachin is the man of the moment for the Congress party. But this indiscipline of Mr. Gehlot, I don't think the Congress should ignore it.
Shehzad Poonawalla, you want to respond? It's being posited as indiscipline of Mr. Gehlot. You heard Mr. Kachariyawas saying, look, the High Command cannot impose its will on MLAs. How do you see this? Is this a challenge to the Congress High Command, or really the emergence of a democracy within the Congress where even MLAs are saying we will decide who our Chief Minister is?
We are only missing your Neta Nagri anchor Saurabh on the show, but we have all the elements of that. And let me begin with the Sahir Ludhianvi Pankti. कभी खुद पे कभी हालात पे रोना आया, बात निकली तो हर एक बात पर रोना आया. Rajdeep, first of all, let me tell you, as a BJP spokesperson, I have no business to comment on what is the internal affairs of the Congress. But the reason why we are here is because we are troubled that this government, which was born in the womb of instability, has continued to push the state of Rajasthan into political instability and has taken it down the path of complete chaos, whether it's the rising rapes, rising riots, or the policy of appeasement, or the other things that are going wrong within Rajasthan. And their only focus is on Satta Bachao, not on Rajasthan Bachao in that sense. Now, coming to the point that you're answering, there are three clear messages, Rajdeep, from the things that we have seen, and including hearing Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, I think it was a slip of tongue when he says that now Mr. Gehlot should be prevented at any cost from becoming the president of the party. How is this a democratic election that was taking place? Look, if you look at it objectively, Mr. Gehlot has tried to do what is best for the party, in his opinion, in Rajasthan. So if anything, he has been loyal to the party, perhaps not to the family. And by this logic, because he is not loyal to the family, he should not be contesting the so-called election. Let me tell you, Rajdeep, what exactly this was. This was never an election to begin with. This was about the Parivar imposing their remote control as an Adhyaksh. The remote control, who was supposed to be the remote control, took out the batteries in Jaipur, and the remote control wanted his remote control to be put as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So this is all a fight of remote control going out of control. Jaipur का remote control चाह रहे थे ये राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के चक्कर में इन्होंने जयपुर का बैटरी निकाल दिया. This is the point.
It's very interesting you're saying all this about remote control on a day when the reports are coming in that JP Nadda.
I knew you'd bring it up.
No, I'll bring it in.
JP
Nadda is likely to be selected for another term. So when the BJP selects a party president, that's democracy. That 2.5 people in your party select the president, that's democracy. But when the Congress High Command decides to choose Sachin Pilot as the leader, you suddenly say, oh, this family is anti-democratic. Come on. It's happening. What's the difference? Yes, please do.
And I hope you won't interrupt me. First of all, let's address the source-based news which was reflected on Aaj Tak India today. When there is an election here, as you must have seen in the last election cycle, and Rahul Srivastava is sitting here, the term of the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party is for 3 years. But when you go into an election cycle like 2019 or 2024, you can't have a membership drive. In that time, the national executive and the parliamentary board, if they decide to extend the tenure of the president so that it can continue to the election, and then after that, the election process begins. So that doesn't mean Mr. Nadda has been selected, appointed, re-elected. That is not the case.
Are you serious that Mr. Nadda was elected? Are you serious that Mr. Nadda was elected or selected by Amit Shah and Narendra Modi? Let's be honest.
Rajdeep, can I answer? You know, I've got a... do you believe in Aaj Tak's reportage at least, if not me? Here is Aaj Tak's reporter, Navneet Mishra, who's written a very detailed piece about how elections are conducted in the BJP under Article 19 when an electoral college is elected from the booth, mandal style, right up to the district and to the Pradesh level, and then that entire data is sent to the Election Commission. Elections are held, and in fact, in the last 24 years...
Who chooses the BJP president?
The people of BJP, who the electoral college of the BJP chooses. Okay. If there is a unanimous election, however, then there might be one candidate, so it's obvious that...
So you're saying there's no selection, there's election. But let's...
One second, now let me come to... Because a couple of times you interrupted me. Let me come to the main point that I want to make. There are 3 clear signals from what has happened the last 24 hours. One, that this was a farce of an election, and I must use this platform to give my condolences to Shashi Tharoor, who still believes this is an election. 2, the limited political credibility and capital that Gandhis had, even amongst their darbaris, is now at a rock bottom. Perhaps it's gone extinct even while the cheetahs are back. And 3, look at this kind of exercise that is being done, and it is being done because this is the policy that Gandhi family has been using for a very long time. Let me just explain to you. Punjab, they made factions fight. Chhattisgarh, they made factions fight. Karnataka, DKS versus Siddaramaiah. You see the same thing in Maharashtra. You see the same thing from Gujarat and Hardik versus Bharat Singh Solanki. Hardik has obviously come out. In Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath versus Jyotiraditya ji. Jyotiraditya ji came out. In Assam, Mr. Gogoi and Hemanta Biswa Sarma ji. Hemanta Biswa ji came out. This is because the Congress party's first family has so little capital that the only way it could stay in power is divide and rule. And now this same policy has come to finish them in that sense politically, even in Rajasthan.
You're making an interesting observation about the way the Congress has, in a way,
it's got a Kabila wala party.
Okay, it's got it wrong in several states, lots of self-goals. Let's put out some of those. The self-goals and the people behind those self-goals. Remember Punjab. It started last year where just a few months before the elections, the Congress decided Amrinder Singh had to go. Guess what they did? They brought in Charanjit Singh Channi. There you had the people who are being accused to be in charge, the change of guard, who's being responsible for the mess in Rajasthan, K.C. Venugopal, MP from Rajasthan. He's actually from Kerala. He's the Congress Secretary Organization. Mallikarjun Kharge, 80 years old, told me this morning he flew in urgently from Gulbarga to attend this CLP at the last moment. Ajay Maken, who is from Delhi, who was there as charge of General Secretary, they couldn't get their act together. Punjab, as I said, lost the assembly polls. K.C. Venugopal, Harish Rawat, Harish Chaudhary, they suddenly changed the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, of Punjab. Amrinder Singh got that wrong as well. Goa, 8 out of 11 MLAs have joined the BJP. K.C. Venugopal is again organizational chief. Dinesh Gundu Rao is the state in charge. He tried his best, Mr. Gundu Rao, but was not good enough. But we'll put all the various self-goals they've scored. And Rashid Kidwai, when we can put all those self-goals, and some of those also were mentioned by Shehzad Assam, Hemanta Biswa Sarma versus Tarun Gogoi, Jagan Mohan Reddy leaving the Congress in Andhra Pradesh is another one I'll put in there. Is there something wrong with this party and the way it manages politics now, particularly the Gandhis?
Absolutely, Rajdip. When a party is not winning, when you lose so many elections, this is the political authority of the leadership gets undermined, and the Congress in this sense has not been an exception. But what do you say to this calculated act of perfidy when a CLP meeting is called by the leader of the Congress Legislative Party? The MLAs tend to speak at another forum, but they don't come to the CLP where they could have aired the same views and shown the same kind of number games. And this is unprecedented. This has not happened in the history of Congress Party.
I am asking you, these errors after errors, these lack of accountability, there seems to be a lack of accountability from Punjab to Rajasthan to Assam to Andhra Pradesh. In every state where the Congress gets it wrong, who's accountable?
We can go on blaming the Gandhis till the cows come home. But what I'm saying is, it's at multiple layers. Look at the inept handling of all those managers, party managers you are saying. Look at the act of, you see, the Congress have been saying, unlike 1977 or 69 or 1996, the Congress has not seen any major split. It is an assembly of people who are happy to be unhappy, and therefore they keep playing games. And of course, when we talk about Gandhi, the style of functioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is not always very consistent. So they sometimes they work at variance. In this case, perhaps a case was there to issue a show cause notice, whereas Sonia Gandhi seems to be making an effort to bring Ashok Gehlot home or give him a chance. So all these things are there. So once something goes wrong in a political party, it's not this thing of a single factor. There are a number of factors that are at play.
Okay, that you're saying there are a number of factors. Is it therefore, Rahul Srivastav, that the political managers are missing? There's no Ahmed Patel-like figure. Instead, you've got people like K.C. Venugopal, who is clueless about the Hindi heartland. I mean, here is someone from Kerala, one-time MP, put in charge of Congress General Secretary Organization. Ashok Gehlot, why should he listen to a K.C. Venugopal?
Yes, Rajdeep. I think the crisis is multi-layered. It's like an onion which you start peeling and you find that there are so many crises. The first issue which we are been talking about, why did the Congress actually initially pick Ashok Gehlot to be the presidential candidate? Ashok Gehlot has a wonderful CV. If you look at it, he was the first rally, one of the first rallies after the emergency was lifted in 1977, Indira Gandhi's rally. One of the organizers was Ashok Gehlot. Rajiv Gandhi's election agent, Amethi for the first time, Ashok Gehlot. 1971 war, a Sharanarthi camp in charge, Ashok Gehlot. So Ashok Gehlot has been there, done it. But I think the most qualifying element was trust. And that one trust element was helping him to become the president of the Congress party. But he wanted, in a show of strength, tell the Congress High Command that I want Rajasthan to be given to somebody who I want to. So he virtually created the spectre of a split by forcing MLAs to go into a party, creating some kind of a resignation drama in which resignations are not taken on a signature campaign like a signature campaign. Your MLA has to sign on a proper format. Most of the MLAs I have spoken to say they were made to sign on a piece of paper. Now, all this has been orchestrated to push the High Command, the same High Command which was actually taking Ashok Gehlot to the Kohinoor of the Congress party, the Congress president's post. And that is why what one will say, it's not just a lack of managers. I think it's multiple crises within the Congress party which is playing out. I think the authority of the top brass has gone down. Also, the regional satraps are not fighting for tomorrow. They are living on today. And that is why if you see the records of, like a lot of people are saying, congressmen are saying that Ashok Gehlot did not know about what was happening. Rajdeep, you check if somebody checks the call records of 11 to 12 MLAs who actually reached the CM's residence yesterday evening, it will be easy to find who was calling them and telling them not to go inside the CM's house, but to go to Mr. Dhariwal's house. A lot has transpired in the Congress party in Rajasthan, and I think that one-line resolution which has to be passed, that we authorize the Congress president to decide the fate of Congress in Rajasthan. If the Congress is not able to enforce that in the coming days, I think the Congress's top brass's authority will never be the same again.
You know, you're saying that because we are getting breaking news that Kamal Nath has been, in a way, asked to try and broker a peace with Ashok Gehlot. When I spoke to him today, I asked him, would you be an alternative to Ashok Gehlot as Congress president? He said, I don't want to be Congress president. So you actually have a situation, Sanjay Jha, no one wants to be Congress president. I mean, imagine this is a post which has been seen over the years as the mightiest post in the Congress. Now Kamal Nath, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, all of them prefer to be in their states rather than even become Congress president. What does it say about the way the party is? The Gandhis don't want to take it over. Rahul Gandhi is doing a yatra. Sonia Gandhi is, has been struggling with her health. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra suffered a big defeat in Uttar Pradesh. So there is a vacuum. You don't have leadership. You don't have political managers. How are you going? This is not going to get resolved in a hurry.
Rajdeep, a very pertinent question. But, factually, there is Shashi Tharoor is definitely putting his hat in the ring. And there are many aspirants, by the way. And I can tell you this, despite the fact that many people have left the Congress party for the BJP and other players, the truth is the party is not short on talent. And I can cough up names. I don't want to do that. But let me make two quick points here. That the damaging narrative for the Congress created by this entire Rajasthan gridlock, if I can use that charitable term, somebody needs to be held responsible for this. You see, the Congress under Rahul in particular over the last couple of years has had a situation of so much of lethargy and atrophy that people haven't been quick in taking decisions. Now, I'll give you an example. Any leader who does an internal revolt and is doing so, I think when a matter so blatant, if there are no consequences for it, you are actually going to make the entire party's workers, those who actually are the true loyalists of the party, feel so demoralized. You can't just lionize Ashok Gehlot as Rahul mentioned about his great CV. His history, you're over. That great CV has got no relevance today. All Mr. Gehlot stands for is that today he's embarrassed the Congress party when Rahul, and no matter how much, very serious flack Rahul Gandhi has taken, even his worst critics will have to admit that he is doing something fairly extraordinary in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And I think this is the time for the Congress to really crack the whip. And it can be done. And I'll give you an example. And I'll tell you this. Sachin Pilot, if he is not becoming the chief minister of Gujarat, of Rajasthan, he should be putting his candidature for the role of the Congress president. You know, it is time that the Congress put all its best talent in play. And one quick point for Mr. Poonawalla, because he keeps taking these, you know, very C-grade Bollywood dialogue jibes of the Congress. So I need to tell him, because he's not aware, but the great Mr. Narendra Modi and his cabinet Shehzad made PPT presentations to the RSS biggies in Nagpur. So please do not ever talk about family and remote control. You have no moral right to even make a singular observation on the Congress party.
Yeah,
pipe down.
You can that you have your remote control lies in Nagpur.
Right.
Theirs may lie at 10 Janpat. Your remote control lies in the Prime Minister's office. Theirs may lie with the Congress President's office.
Every second day you are doing a story as to how Narendra Modi has emerged outside the RSS and the RSS ki bhi nahi sunte hain, and then there is a story that we go and report to the RSS. Just like there is civil society consultation and you have been a big advocate of it, is RSS not an important civil society organization? And the NAC, which could be given the constitutional recognition, is okay, but if we tell or consult with various civil society groups, we are at fault. But anyways, that's not the issue today, and I don't want to get sidetracked because some can be suspended in logic, some can be suspended in party position. So which one out of those two, we'll leave it to the panelists. But let me tell you the two structural issues that persist in the Congress. One, the Congress is no longer a party. It is a kabila. It is a private limited company. Why is Mr. Ashok Gehlot or anybody else doesn't have the attraction for the position of the Congress president? Because under Mahatma Gandhi's time, it was a party that functioned on certain principles and certain ethics and certain policies. Today, it is pad above party, it is satta above janta, it is neta above niti, and finally it is parivar above performance. And therefore nobody wants to become a captain of a sinking ship. Secondly, let me tell you what is the structural issue in the Congress. The Congress has become unacceptable for any person outside the Gandhi domain unless he promises that I will remove my spinal cord and I will stand in front of you. Look at what Congress has done to every non-Gandhi leader of some stature, and especially regional leaders. They have completely forced them out of the party. Even the last leader that they had in the form of Ghulam Nabi Azad, or now Mr. Ashok Gehlot, is being forced out of this party because the Parivar, which has no political capital, it can't even win its own bastion in Amethi, has to find a seat in Wayanad, is trying to impose its writ on these people. And by the way, if this is democracy, why aren't you listening to your leaders in Rajasthan Assembly? Secondly, what if the election nomination has not been filed by Ashok Gehlot? Before that, you're having a CLP. How did you know what would be the outcome of this so-called election, sir? These are all the telltale signs that this is not a party, it is a one family entity. And let us stop kidding ourselves that this is any kind of political party. This is a parivarik firm. Nobody wants to head it, because if you don't have the Gandhiwada title, you count for nothing.
Okay. Shehzad Poonawalla is on a roll. Remember, Shehzad Poonawalla was once in the Congress. And I often say those who have moved from one party to the other often tend to be even more aggressive about their original party. And Mr. Poonawalla may well be an example of that.
Let me just explain that with Sahir Ludhianvi's lines.
एक बार फिर साहिर लुधियानवी,
last two lines of his.
चलिए कर दीजिए.
कौन होता है जो और किसी के खातिर रोता है दोस्त, सबको अपनी ही किसी बात पे रोना आया. So this is a question of Congress party not realizing what has gone wrong. I said it 5 years ago. I wish they would have understood. They would have not been in the situation they are.
You are giving my friend Rahul Srivastava, who is the original Shire here, a lot of competition by quoting Sahir Ludhianvi. I don't know how Sahir will respond to what you said, but मैं शायर तो नहीं. For now, Congress needs more than just poetry. It actually needs to work in prose and get its act together, particularly in Rajasthan. Another make or break moment that the Congress has faced in recent times. Thanks very much to all my guests for joining me on that. Let me turn from there to the other story that we've been tracking. Ankita Bhandari, who was murdered by ex-BJP leader's son in Uttarakhand. She was cremated yesterday amidst protests. Her family is questioning the method of investigation in the case and asking why the resort was bulldozed when evidence was still being collected. What's the latest? Take a look.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests, and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
आप फांसी नहीं दे सकते ना तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने दीपक उनके घर के सामने अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है ताकि कोई दरिंद्र फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके.
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनंतरा रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी वो उसमें कोई सबूत रहा होगा.
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने. पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है. हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में है. और ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों.
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं जो दोषी हैं अपराधी हैं उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले.
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
नहीं हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस हमारे पास. सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी. उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ. झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है. ठीक है. दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहाँ पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं. ठीक है. एक साथ 2 एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे. ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है.
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Tragic death of Ankita. Let's take a break. On the other side, we'll bring you our good news today's story. It comes from Rajasthan, from Jaipur, Ashok Gehlot's hometown, but it's not about the Chief Minister. We'll tell you more. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one. Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Rajasthan seems to be the flavor of the day because our good news today story also comes from Rajasthan. Meet Anuradha Arora, a self-trained coffee artist from Jaipur, draws flowers, trees, hills on coffee. That's right, she does it using chocolate sauce, edible colors and toothpick. Call it good news or only in India. It's our special report at the end of the show. You stay well, stay safe. Good night. Jai Hind. Happy Navratri. Bye for now.
From paintings on white plain canvas to beautiful pictures on brown coffee frost. There is no boundary for art. A beautiful rose with a good morning message on your coffee can make your day. Anuradha Arora, a coffee artist from Jaipur, can draw anything on coffee frost. Flowers, trees, hills and even portraits. She does it using chocolate sauce, edible colors and toothpick.
स्टार्ट में कुछ रिटर्न मैटर लिख देती थी, हैप्पी बर्थडे या विशेस या कुछ जस्ट नॉर्मल आउटलाइन ड्रॉ ऐसे बना दिया करती थी। पर जब जैसे जैसे प्रैक्टिस शुरू हो गया उस पर कुछ पोर्ट्रेट बनाने स्टार्ट किए। मैं पोर्ट्रेट आर्टिस्ट हूँ तो मैंने भी कॉफ़ी के ऊपर कुछ पोर्ट्रेट बनाने के लिए ट्राई किया और बनते बनते कॉफ़ी पे पोर्ट्रेट भी बनने लगे। कुछ ऑर्डर्स भी आने लगे। काफ़ी लोग कॉफ़ी के ऊपर पोर्ट्रेट बनवाने के लिए एज एन ऑर्डर और वीडियोस बनवाने के लिए आने लगे।
It was during lockdown that she started to paint on coffee. With regular practice, she became an expert.
ये जो लॉकडाउन पीरियड था उसमें मैंने कॉफ़ी पे आर्ट बनाने की प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट करी। प्रॉपर लॉकडाउन में बहुत सारा टाइम मिल गया था, सब लोग बिल्कुल फ्री थे और मैंने भी फ्री टाइम के अंदर कॉफ़ी पे कुछ पेंटिंग प्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश करी और बनते बनते कुछ आर्ट स्पेशल निकल ही आई।
To help others realize their artistic talents, Anuradha has now started classes for painting, sketching, portraits and coffee painting free of cost. Bureau Report, India Today.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
Tana dir dir dim tana
tada re da ni ta na na dir dir dim ta na dim ta na takit da takit da takit da te ka da ga digin da tir da dim ta na ta num ta da re da ni ta da ni dim ta na ta num ta na num ta de re na ta de re na.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
In association with Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. LIC. हर पल आपके साथ.
arson, stone pelting and vandalism. PFI activists on the rampage after raids. Petrol bombs hurled at RSS and BJP leaders. Violence on the streets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. BJP President JP Nadda calls Kerala a hotspot of terror.
Kerala is now becoming a hotspot of terrorism. Kerala is becoming a hotspot of fringe elements. Life is not safe. An ordinary citizen is not finding himself to be safe.
SDPI netas will finish you threat to the RSS.
RSSന്റെ വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റു തരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും.
PFI spreading its terror tentacles. That's our top focus on India First.
So ever since the nationwide pre-dawn raids that happened at 93 different locations across 15 states in total, and in total secrecy, that resulted in the arrest of top leadership of this radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India, the cadre have been on the rampage. And you're looking at those images, hurling petrol bombs, targeting public property. But were some states actually permitting the PFI to run riot? Vote bank politics above national security? And is this a show of strength of the PFI before it turns India into an Islamic state? Remember the Phulwari Sharif document, and we'll talk about this in greater detail on the broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Rajasthan Congress split wide open. Ashok Gehlot digs his heels in as the camp refuses Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister. All eyes now on Sonia Gandhi as the party observers recommend disciplinary action. Centre's digital strike on fake news. Information and Broadcasting Ministry asks YouTube to down 45 videos from 10 channels aimed at spreading hatred amongst religious communities. External Affairs Minister takes a dig at the US over the decision to send F-16 sustainment package to Pakistan. Dr. Jaishankar says US enabling Pak to resist counter-terror operations. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court. The actor evades questions on her link with conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in the Foxconn plant near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Big story coming in. The Maharashtra anti-terror squad has said the RSS headquarters in Nagpur and several top BJP leaders are on the target of Islamist organization Popular Front of India. Members of the Popular Front of India have plans to collect information about the movement of top RSS leaders during the annual Dashera event organized by the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh in different parts of the country. And this revelation comes just a week after the National Investigation Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, along with the Central Reserve Police Force and several state police forces, raided those associated with the PFI in 15 different states and arrested 106 PFI activist cadre and supporters. On this big story, I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Shiv Tharoor. Shiv, barely a couple of days after those raids and after information started coming in, these are huge revelations that come in from the Maharashtra ATS.
That's right, Gaurav. This takes things entirely to the next level. Remember, the glare on the PFI has been on for many, many years now. In the last few months, it has been particularly intense, starting with the hijab protests, then the protests following the prophet remark by Nupur Sharma, the CA protests last year, the Ghazwa conspiracy in Patna, the training school under the guise of a karate school in Telangana. Several such incidents have been linked directly, to the PFI or some of its affiliates, and are active investigations by the NIA. But for the Maharashtra anti-terror squad to now come out and say that there were actual terror-style plans by the PFI against selected targets, including the RSS headquarters and possible senior functionaries, for which the PFI planned to, collect information during the upcoming Dussehra event, is very, very unsettling. It is possibly part of an overall effort, Gaurav, to build a final case, for the government, both at the state level as well as the centre, to finally bring into effect a ban on the PFI that has been so elusive so far. For shape-shifting political considerations, local compulsions, etc. A total ban on the PFI has been totally elusive for many, many years now, despite many states, including the poll-bound Karnataka government, constantly asking for a ban on the PFI. So whether what the Maharashtra ATS is saying will finally provide that last push before a ban comes into effect is anybody's guess. But it looks like the shadow of that ban has just gotten very, very dark, and it's possibly inevitable going forward now.
Shiv, keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more. Will this radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India, be banned? Remains the big question, and if so, by when? From Tamil Nadu to Kerala, this radical outfit, its cadre, its supporters, activists, they've gone on a violent rampage, and their target, RSS and BJP workers and leaders. The attacks have transitioned into blatant calls for violence from another radical outfit, the SDPI. Many argue that's a front for the Popular Front of India. The BJP has hit back at these attacks. In fact, JP Nadda, BJP president, has gone to the extent of saying that Kerala is becoming a hotbed and a hotspot for terror and fringe element. The DMK, of course, remains defiant. We bring you this report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA. The act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shivi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Those images of arson, those images of violence and vandalism, is this a show of strength by this radical Islamist outfit? Arrest leaders and the cadre will hurl petrol bombs and threaten to disrupt peace. And why is this even being permitted? All those who think they can get away by taking law in their hands, the question is, why are they not in jail? Joining me on India First is Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, someone who's dealt with radical Islamist outfits. Shiv Sena is a political analyst and Shoaib Jamai is a respected Islamic scholar. And I want to begin by asking you, Mr. Jamai, is this some kind of a show of strength as mentioned in that Phulwari Sharif document of the Popular Front of India? The aim, turn India into an Islamist state by 2047. Before that, pick up every opportunity so that the state knows the power of such Islamists. Is that what is happening, sir?
No, I think between BJP, RSS and PFI, there is a love and hate story going on. On the ideological front, they are very same. On the other perspective, that once wanted India to become an extremist Islamist country, another wanted India to be an extremist Hindutva country. So on that basis, you can say they were foes, and these attacks between RSS and PFI, even before in Kerala, we have seen RSS was involved in bomb attacks, PFI was involved in counter attacks. In Bengal also we have seen. So there is nothing to do between Hindu and Muslim communities, specifically between two fringe elements, two fringe organizations which are responsible for widespread violence in the country.
I want to understand, are you giving some kind of an intellectual cover fire to a radical Islamist outfit? But let me take this to Shivastra. Shivastra, is this a PFI show of strength? And respond, ma'am, if you would, to Shoaib Jamai saying it's RSS doing one thing, PFI responding to that.
Gauravji, thank you for inviting me to this show. I don't want to respond to people who make preposterous claims and who have no idea of how both the organizations function. I don't think any document by the RSS or any document by any ideological outfit of the RSS has ever talked about, you know, Hinduization of India by XYZ 2047 or whatever. I also don't think that professors like TJ Joseph, you know, their hands have been severed off, chopped off Or why just Professor T.J. Joseph? There have been so many cases across the length and breadth of Kerala in which PFI has been involved. I mean, the state government has, come up with reports like that. I don't think any analyst or any scholar worth their salt would try to equate the RSS with the PFI. There's a serious charge against PFI that has been levied ever since, it came to light in 2010. It's not a one-off incident. It's not a one-off case. There have been so many cases of Islamic radicalization, and I'm sure, the DGP here will shed light on the whole business of Islamic fundamentalism and PFI and the role of PFI there. There is no such document, or there is no such event.
Is this the intellectual cover fire, and is this what we need to guard against, Mr. Vikram Singh? I want to understand. The real nation breakers, if I may, and this is where the Phulwari Sharif document of the PFI, according to Bihar police, gives details. Sir, you are well aware of that document. What is your take, one, on PFI cadre resorting to violence and arson on the streets, and Mr. Jamai, a respected Islamic scholar, drawing parallels, or do you think it's a false parallel with the RSS, sir?
Mr. Gaurav, let me tell you once and for all that the nation requires to deal it with an iron fist. These are goons, and this is not the first time that we have dealt with goons. We have given a befitting reply to all the anti-national elements who have surfaced in the last 35 years. And all of them are now extinct. And those that are prospering like growth of mushrooms during the rainy season do so because of the complicity of the state governments. Whether it was Phulwari Sharif, or whether it is Kerala, or whether it is Tamil Nadu, let me tell you once and for all that nobody can fight the might of the state. The PFI have prospered because somebody was breathing oxygen into them and to the systems. That is why they were allowed to collect 120 crores in their bank accounts and 120 crores through crowdfunding, and all absolutely ill-gotten wealth. Now, coming to the false equivalence, obviously there can be no comparison. When I say I will never take the name of RSS, BJP, Congress, or any party, whoever has transgressed the rule of law will be dealt with within the ambit of law. And under these circumstances, nobody has a right to use any community or any name of any religious book or any other thing. If they have transgressed the rule of law, there can be no false equivalence, whether it's the RSS, whether it's the PFI, with anybody. They shall be and would be taken to task. But throwing petrol bombs, saying we will finish you in 10 seconds, well, let us see who will finish whom. You now seem to be aware that the might of the state, when it comes down like a ton of bricks on you, you'll forget what Jack Robinson spells like. Do not challenge the state.
Interesting. You should point that out, sir. And Mr. Shoaib Jamai, I want to understand this from you. Does a radical Islamist organization like PFI, does PFI actually represent Indian Muslims? Why would a respected Islamic scholar like Shoaib Jamai stand up in defense of a radical Islamist outfit that's breaking buses or hurling petrol bombs, sir?
Space nahi hai, seedhe yahin pe hai.
Of course not, Gaurav. You are trying to paint me with some nefarious picture, but I am very much vocal against the PFI and RSS and Bajrang Dal and VHP with the same equal force and in the same echo.
So you're not standing with the PFI. That's heartening to hear. Go on, sir.
Yes, I am very much agree with my fellow panelists, DGP Vikram Singh ji, that we should take stern action against all the nefarious activities or those who infringes the law of the land. But let me respond to my another fellow panelist, Subrashtra, when she says that there is no evidence or proof that the other Hindutva elements or the affiliatory groups of the RSS were involved in such kind of activity. Let me give you one example. In Maharashtra, Nanded, Yashwant Shinde has given a affidavit in the court of the Nanded and said that the RSS were involved in the bomb-making training camp in the 3 places of the Maharashtra, and it was given in the written format with the affidavit. And this Yashwant Shinde was the same RSS functionary in which house the bomb blast went off 16 years ago. And who were those?
Sir, do you see anyone defending? Do you see anyone defending that? Do you see anyone defending that? I don't understand. I don't understand why would a Shoaib Jamai or these chaps who are out on the streets with petrol bombs come up in defense.
No.
That is it religion? Just because they follow the same religion as you, you will stand up for somebody who's trying to burn down our country. Why? That's the point I want to understand.
Gaurav, either I am a Muslim or something, I absolutely not going to defend PFI or any other kind of activities of the nefarious
then why draw false equivalence or any equivalence? Let the police take action in whatever case.
Yes.
Why this Amitabh Bachchan ki दीवार की line? जाओ पहले उससे sign करा के लाओ, जाओ पहले उससे sign करा के लाओ. That's not the way the law of the land functions.
Intentionally, I am trying to drawing a parallel because we have to.
Or you are trying to give cover fire. You are trying to give cover fire to a radical Islamist organization, and is it because of religion? But let me take that to Shubhashra also. Shubhashra, why target the PFI? Because the fact remains, where is the proof? Where is the proof that PFI is a terror gang, as has been claimed by many, madam?
Gaurav, I think a lot of state governments who are not run by RSS functionaries or BJP functionaries or any, has any association with the right wing. Those state governments have actually submitted reports after reports implicating the PFI with terror-linked activities. Kerala has submitted a report. Tamil Nadu submitted a report. I think Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also has reports on the PFI. These are all state governments who are absolutely, Jharkhand as well. So at the end of the day, when all these state governments are coming up with reports after reports talking about PFI's nefarious links, we also see a strand of Islamic radicalization going on in these areas. Jharkhand is sitting on a hotbed of Islamic radicalization as we speak. There are areas and districts specifically in Jharkhand which are, where cases are being reported almost on a daily basis. Why do we not then link it to the PFI? My question is very simple, and this has nothing to do with any government per se. You are very right in asking where is the proof. In fact, the central government and these state governments should put up their might together, collect all kinds of evidence which is available, and there are plenty in the public domain. Go after PFI, ban the organization. We were kids when we used to learn about these incidents
at various levels. Because Dr. Vikram Singh, I want to take the example of Siddique Kappan, for example. The Supreme Court granted Siddique Kappan bail despite the government's case that he was an agent provocator for terror gang. But sir, where is the corroborative evidence that this is a terror gang and that he's an agent who was trying to provoke tension in Hathras? That evidence seems to be lacking.
Kappan, I believe, Mr. Gaurav, that our case went by default. Do you feel it's natural for a person from Kerala who generally probably would not visit any part of Uttar Pradesh, comes with inflammatory material, also armed, does not know the local dialect, and also has material pertaining to the PFI and the SDPI? Is it natural? We welcome every journalist to come and raise issues that pertain to misgovernance and atrocity on any woman. And what happened in Hathras was a tragedy. But we do not allow people, and we must not allow people to fish in troubled waters. We are a vibrant democracy. If you have any reservations about the investigation, which I had, and I spoke on your channel, I also had reservations about the way it was handled. But the fact of the matter is, I would be the last person to permit any agent provocateur to come and make a mess of the law and order situation. And to that extent, I think Kappan did not get any relief from any court. And Kappan even today has not been acquitted of charges. Gauravji, he is just out on bail and does not absolve him of all the charges that are leveled against him. He's just out on bail. Nevertheless, I would fault the UP government and the police for not pursuing the case with the same vigor as they had pursued in the trial court and also in the High Court. I wish they had put their best foot forward in the Supreme Court also.
Fair enough. I've run out of time on this part of the debate, but the fact remains, radical elements, you need to go after them with an iron fist, because our society needs to be free of such elements. A lot of claims are being made. They need to be proven in courts of law. I now want to shift focus to the other big story we're tracking out in India today, and that's the anti-hijab protests that have been raging on in Iran for the past 10 days. So far, more than 40 people have been killed in these demonstrations. Now, 20-year-old Hadith Najafi. Her images went viral as the ponytail girl. She's been shot dead. She took 6 bullets in her chest, face and neck because she didn't want to wear a hijab, and they tried for freedom from hijab.
Called the ponytail girl, Hadith Najafi went viral after she posted a video of herself tying her blonde hair before joining an anti-hijab protest in Iran. She was one of the many women who have been protesting for 10 days and counting. Since the death of 22-year-old Masa Amini, who died in police custody after she was beaten for defying hijab rules. Hadith Najafi too has now been shot dead. She took 6 bullets in the chest, face and neck. Officially, at least 41 people have died in Iran in a countrywide pushback against the country's conservative laws, which mean women have to wear a hijab when in public. In another viral video, sister of one of the men who died in protest cut her hair at her brother's funeral. Women have been filmed cutting their hair and burning their headscarves to the cheers of men and women across Iran and the world. A Persian version of the 19th century Italian protest folk song Bella Ciao in support of anti-hijab protesters has also flooded the internet. In response to the dissent, the Iranian government attempted to implement a nationwide internet shutdown, with services like Instagram and WhatsApp also disabled. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter and YouTube have been blocked for years. As Iranian women fight against the hijab, in India, protests broke out at a girls' school in Kozhikode, Kerala, where Muslim student bodies held a demonstration demanding that girls be allowed to wear hijab in school. The showdown escalated outside Providence Girls Higher Secondary School in Kozhikode after a class 11 hijab-wearing student was allegedly not allowed entry. Bleeding Iranians are crying, hijab is not a choice. Has Iran silenced hijab hypocrites in India? Bureau Report, India Today.
In Iran, where women are actually facing bullets, they say hijab is not a choice. That is all I have for you on India First this evening. Many thanks for watching. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Not only Kohinoor, but the UK has many other valuable things in possession that were looted or stolen from India. Tipu Sultan's ring was allegedly taken from his dead body by the Britishers after he lost the battle in 1799. Reportedly, the ring was sold at an auction in the UK to an unidentified bidder. In the 19th century, a beautiful wine jar was stolen by Colonel Charles Seton Guthrie and sent to Britain. The white jade wine cup belongs to Shah Jahan, the Emperor of the Mughal Kingdom. Since 1962, the cup has been placed at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. The Amravati marbles are presently on display at the British Museum in London. It's a collection of 70 pieces depicting India's famed Amravati sculptures. The British discovered the sculptures almost 140 years ago, and in 1859 they were shipped to the UK from Madras. And it's not just these, but the British took several valuables from other countries as well. These items include the Great Star of Africa diamond, the largest diamond in the world, Greece's Elgin marbles, France's Rosetta Stone, and many more.
By CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Weak global cues take the Lal Street to its lowest level in 2 months. Sensex and Nifty lose over a percentage each. Mid-cap index falls over 3%. Rupee weakens to an all-time low of 81 rupees and 65 paise to the dollar as fears of global recession send the greenback surging to multi-year highs against most of its rivals. All eyes on RBI's rate decision later this week. Brent crude slips to an 8-month low of $85 a barrel. Fears of recession and a skyrocketing dollar burns the market. Price is down 18% this month. Later on the show, we get you an exclusive conversation with Nirmal Jain of IIFL Group, where he talks about his outlook, rate hike expectations, and the steep fall in the rupee. Unprecedented crackdown on online gaming companies across India. Gaming giant Gamescraft issued a notice of 21,000 crore rupees by the Director General of GST Intelligence. It's a big bang start to festive season. Samsung India sells over 1.2 million units of its Galaxy smartphones in just 1 day of online sales, worth 1,000 crore rupees. 4 trading days and 13 lakh crore rupees of investor wealth wiped out. The Sensex fell over 900 points today to a 2-month low, while the Nifty closed 311 points lower. The Lal Street has had a rough past few days, with stocks falling on worries of global inflation levels and slower economic growth. Higher interest rates have become a major worry as the US Fed and other Western central banks raised rates last week to multi-year highs. India's Monetary Policy Committee is also meeting this week and will announce its next interest rate moves on Friday.
A massive 75 basis point rate hike announced on 22nd September by the US Federal Reserve, clearly indicating that the pain of inflation is not ending in the US anytime soon. A day later, the UK followed suit. Both the countries are currently grappling with prices at a 40-year high. The rate hikes, instead of soothing the jumpy financial markets, have made investors more jittery and uncertain as to when the upward march of the cost of money will stop.
At some point, as the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation.
Inflation in India, which rose to 7% in August, is clearly beyond the comfort band of 2 to 6% set by the Monetary Policy Committee. Analysts say it is a given that the Indian Central Bank will also raise rates this coming Friday. A poll by Business Today TV reveals that a majority of respondents are expecting a 0.5 percentage point hike. There is, however, another school of thought which feels that the current inflation level is not as much as a concern as the potential economic slowdown which repeated interest rate hikes may bring.
Yes, we have some amount of this imported inflation problem, but our supply side is in good shape. Our core inflation, the underlying inflation of our system, is not a concern. Domestically driven inflation has peaked out. Core inflation has peaked out. But can I make some statement about what will happen to energy prices abroad? No. Will we be immune, given that we are a major importer of many commodities? Are we immune to global trends? No. There will also perhaps be some turbulence to food prices given the droughts around the world. And even in India, we have had uneven rainfall.
The US markets have been skidding for the past 40 days, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average having lost more than $4 trillion in market cap since a high of 34,152 on the 16th of August. India's stock market has lost around 13 lakh crore rupees in just the past 4 trading sessions.
Almost all the asset classes are down,
Yes.
apart from equities. If you can look at the rupee, if you can look at the commodities like oil or even gold prices. So all the fall is coming at the same time, and that is something which is creating panic across global markets and Indian markets. So I think it's a very important aspect that investors should be very cautious at this point of time.
Another big victim of the sharp rate hikes in the US are global currencies, which have plunged to historic lows against the greenback. While European currencies are among the worst hit, the Indian rupee also touched its all-time low of 81.65 to the US dollar in trade today. The rupee has fallen by around 2 rupees 40 paise in just a week, despite the billions of dollars sold by the RBI. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, joining us now. Udayan, domestic markets have been in a bit of a tailspin. What are you making of the kind of selling, the kind of hammering we've been seeing?
Well, we spoke about it, Abha, a fortnight ago, you'll recall, when we spoke last. And I did mention to you that it would surprise me a lot if the global markets did not see another leg down between now and the rest of the year. But it has happened probably a little sooner than I had expected. So this fall does not surprise me at all, because at 18,000 on the Nifty, I thought there was a lot of exuberance which was creeping into the market. Things were not that hunky-dory globally or locally. And sure enough, there's been global panic since then. The global volatility has shot up. The Fed seems absolutely relentless in its drive against inflation. And contrary to earlier expectations that rates might have peaked in the West. And I think what's going on, I mean, if we are talking purely about India, but sitting here, I mean, if I look at what's going on across the world and what's going on with currencies particularly, I mean, what's going on with the euro or the British pound versus the dollar is nothing short of scary, because we haven't seen moves like that in many, many years, if not decades. So I think there's a fair amount of panic and flux which is there in the global situation. And I'm not surprised that India has come off very quickly from 18,000 to 17,000 Nifty. And I think the last 1,000-point fall in the Nifty would have hurt quite a few traders quite badly. Now, the key question is, India has been so resilient over the last couple of years versus in these phases of global turmoil. This time too, will it get off around this kind of levels, or is the market headed much lower down from here? So fingers crossed on that. But I think the next couple of weeks, and October, you will recall, has traditionally been a rocky market, a difficult kind of a month to predict. So, and many times bottoms have been made in the month of October. So we'll have to just negotiate the next 2 or 4 weeks pretty carefully, because I suspect the global situation might rock us a bit more.
With the global rout continuing, Indian markets have also fallen in tandem, with relentless rate hikes by the Fed, central banks around the world, adding to nervousness with investors. Will this lead to the market hitting a bottom yet again? Udayan Mukherjee, our global business editor, and I spoke with Nirmal Jain, founder and chairman IIFL Group, about the current market conditions. Listen in to an excerpt of that conversation.
You know, it's the global situation which is the problem. I mean, we keep talking about how India is outperforming, but the global situation keeps getting worse every month. How worried are you that if this continues, I mean, despite our strengths, the Indian market might get damaged as well, in line with what's going on with the global rout?
No, I agree with you. Then we can't be completely untouched by the global rout, and things are aggravated a lot more than what people expected. So if you look at the US interest rate, then the expectations of the peak rates have been going up every month. And now also people are talking about 4.5, but there's no clarity. You are in UK, you know it better than me probably, that the 2-year bond yield in UK has gone up from 0.4 to 4% in 1 year. And on top of that, so I mean, there are issues about supply chain bottleneck coming from China's zero COVID policy,
There are elections in many countries, including Brazil and Italy. And on top of that, the dollar appreciating is bad for all other currencies. So in this kind of environment, I don't think that one can be, live in a completely worry-free world that India is a sweet spot. Yes, India is doing better. And given the fact that investment, whenever the dust settles, if investment is not going to flow to China and Russia, then by default, India will have an advantage. But having said that, I think the volatility in the currency and the global markets will definitely impact India. And one more thing to worry about India is that the valuations have been at high altitude. So there are concerns and one should be cautious.
Do you see the market going back to the previous bottom that we touched? We are still a couple of thousand points on the Nifty above that. Do you think a retest of that is likely through this painful phase, or do you think this time the bottom might be higher? The price damage may not be that significant. What's your guess?
I would think that India might do better because a few things, in terms of macroeconomic environment has been very good. Tax collections are good. And, India has managed the oil thing also very well by balancing its imports from Russia and other countries. So all things put together, and earnings of some of the sectors have been good. IT is a big sector that will benefit by currency depreciation. But I don't know. I'm not a technical analyst to figure out where the bottom and resistance are. But if you ask me, short-term volatility is there. But if you, at the same time, whenever, the things, basically, whenever US inflation starts heading down and things start recovering and there's stability, then India will be a big beneficiary, which is much different from the earlier crisis because in manufacturing as well as investment, world is looking at an alternative to China, which is a large economy, and India stands to gain. And on top of that, the stability in political front here and the economic reforms, which government has been undertaking, they will also benefit the foreign investor sentiment. So, just to sum up, whenever things recover, India has a better chance of recovering faster. And Indian valuations, I think, will remain at a premium given the growth environment being very favorable and also the political environment being stable.
Right. Let me ask you a fundamental question, Nirmal, because while the world is panicking, of course, we'll get hit because of the route through FII outflows, etc. But fundamentally, the fact that we've got a Reserve Bank meeting coming up and where expectations are that they may even raise by up to 50 basis points. What about these factors like rising interest rates in India or some kind of earnings damage filtering in through the global situation? Do you think fundamentally one needs to temper down optimism at all over the next year or so?
I agree with you. The expectations and the optimism has to be controlled, and some of the speculative forces that had come into the market, there will also be very sharp corrections there. Given, I think 50 basis point rate increase is expected in this week's MPC meeting, and primarily because the currency will be under tremendous pressure otherwise. So Reserve Bank will have to look at not only the inflation but also look at the the global developments, and particularly in the US, and the impact of that on the rupee, because a lot of money will now flow to, if you look at US mortgages are now at 6.5%, so obviously a lot of money will flow to US bonds and US debt market, and that basically will be squeezing the emerging market, and even India can be impacted. And under these kind of environment, I think interest cost will damage, and interest cost beyond a point can damage the demand also. While India will do better than the rest of the world, but expectations have to be moderated. And this year and next year, I think there will be earnings disappointment in many sectors arising from two things. One is the cost increase because of interest and inflationary pressure in many commodities and even locally. And second is the impact on demand because of higher interest and this kind of environment. And also global markets, if they come under recession, then the exports will be impacted, and that also will affect many industries adversely. So I think, tone down the expectations. We may be better than the rest of the world, but still that doesn't mean that everything will be hunky-dory and any kind of optimism will be rewarded.
Okay, fair enough, and I guess we've been witnessing that in the last few sessions, Nirmal. But where does one look then for a safe investment when it comes to the markets right now? You know, would you go via specific pockets, or would you stay extremely stock specific at a time like this?
No, I would go rather, you know, if the assets which are to be allocated to equity, I'll have a balanced approach. And at this point in time, if you see, you know, market basically swings, and the two last sectors are tech and technology and bank. So earlier technology were hammered down and there was a huge short position there and long bank, and in last couple of days probably we are seeing a reversal of that. But as an investor, I'd probably make a balanced portfolio. Okay. Of course, bottom up stock picking of fundamental good stocks is good, but otherwise sectorally probably one can have a balanced approach. So as far as India is concerned, you know, that maybe a little bit of sweet spot, because if the economy does well, even if 7% might become in a very conservative scenario 6%, then also is good. IT, bank, two large sectors, but even capital goods, engineering, all of them should do well, because government probably is, you know, will continue to invest aggressively in infrastructure. Tax collection is good, so that basically gives some more strength to the government's determination or resolve to make sure that they try to propel the economy as much as possible. So I would say that, you know, make a balanced portfolio. I mean, that's the best thing to do.
You can catch the full interview on businesstoday.in as well as our YouTube channel. The rupee rout continues, with the Indian currency hitting a fresh record low, with the dollar index at a two-decade high. The rupee plummeted to 81.62 versus the dollar at the time of close. The greenback rose sharply against most major currencies on fears of a global recession from the rising borrowing rates worldwide. The US yield rising to a 13-year high added to the vulnerability of the rupee. It was not only the Indian rupee that was taking a hit. All Asian currencies were in the red. All major currencies around the globe tumbling versus the dollar this year. It's the Pakistan rupee, the pound, the Japanese yen, all falling over 20% compared to the dollar. The Chinese yuan, euro and South Korean won have also witnessed a major fall as the dollar momentum picked up. We take a very quick break. More top stories on the other side.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, EmoBots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Unprecedented action against online gaming companies in India underway, with the Director General of GST Intelligence issuing notices to all such companies in the country. Sources say the department is looking at recovering more than 2.5 lakh rupees from the online gaming industry. My colleague Karishma Sudani has more on this.
Well, absolutely major tax crackdown when it comes to GST. We are being told that DGGI, which is Director General of GST Intelligence, has started issuing show cause notices to various online gaming organizations and companies because of certain GST tax evasions and fake invoices being submitted. Sources have told us that the Bengaluru wing of GST department has issued a show cause notice worth ₹21,000 crore to Bangalore-based online gaming company called Gamescraft Technology. In fact, Gamescraft to Business Television has acknowledged about this show cause notice and is, of course, wanting to cooperate in this whole investigation. But we are picking up that the government is now, of course, tightening the nose and will look at further recovery. In fact, sources have told us about 2.5 lakh crore recovery is what government is expecting from online gaming industry. Recently, Supreme Court also has issued notices to certain online gaming companies. All this comes in the backdrop of what the GST Council will actually do when it comes to taxation. Next month when they meet, is it going to be 28% tax on online gaming? The debate still stands if it's skill gaming, chance gaming, or just mere betting that most parties to this argument have been saying.
Thanks for that, Karishma. In a signal of consumer priorities amidst high inflation, Samsung India has said that it sold over 1.2 million units worth an astounding 1,000 crores of its Galaxy smartphone, and that too on the very first day of online festive sales. Samsung has slashed prices of Galaxy series smartphones between 17 to 60% this festive season. Meanwhile, the consumer electronics giant has launched a co-branded credit card with Axis Bank.
As we kickstart the festivities, we're really happy to announce the launch of the Samsung Axis Bank credit card. And coming to your question, we think that this card is going to be a major affordability lever going forward as well. The industry is poised for a double-digit growth, and Samsung is poised to, we are targeting a 30% growth over the previous period during the festive season. And we've had a very great start to the festive period. On the first day of the online sales festivals, we've basically sold 1.2 million Galaxy devices and business of about 1,000 crores in one day. So it's a great start indeed, and we're looking forward to more.
While fears of recession are looming large, casting a shadow on the jobs sector, a survey conducted by Aon has given a ray of hope amid the gloom and doom. Salaries in India are expected to increase by 10.4% in 2023 as compared to an annual rise of 10.6% to date in 2022. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke with Jang Bahadur Singh, director from Aon. Here an excerpt of that conversation.
You bring in the good news for us. So help us with some of those highlights that give you the confidence that in an otherwise, weaker sentiment kind of market that we are in right now, when everybody is talking about perhaps, a recession coming in globally in the developed markets in 2023. Your survey actually indicates that back home, salaries would actually increase. That could be a complete contrast and a happy news for, people back home in India.
No, absolutely. I think you've already spoken about the headwinds, Sakshi, and that's a fact that remains, be it around volatility or be it around geopolitical uncertainty. But the fact of the matter is that majority of the Indian, the number that we see is also backed up by some very strong tailwinds, which is one that if we look at the Indian corporate India today, one is that there is a fair amount of the corporate sector which is actually decoupled from the global economy. Now, I'm essentially talking about the more traditional sectors like hospitality, real estate, manufacturing, auto. And all of us have seen how demand is picking up, especially in the rural segment. Flights are absolutely full. People are talking about revenge travel, revenge buying. So there's a very strong sentiment that is being driven by the homegrown consumer. The second piece is that while, yes, if we look at these headwinds in the US and the other Western economies, they are likely to have an impact on our IT and ITES sector. Okay. But the demand for these sectors, for digital talent, for those services still remains strong. So what we're essentially observing is that, yes, as compared to 2022, the overall number for India comes down from 10.6% to 10.4%. And a lot of that downward trend is also being experienced in these sectors. Having said that, there are still very real, from an input side perspective, the war for talent is still raging on. It has only probably moderated to a degree. It hasn't really subsided. And in such an environment where everyone is going after digital talent, in India, what we've realized is that it's a very demand-supply driven metric when we look at salary increases. And these are some of the factors that are contributing to an absolute number that continues to be among one of the highest in the last 5-6 years. Whereas if we look at it from a year-on-year perspective, maybe yes, from 2022, there's a slight moderation down to 10.4%.
Okay, so double-digit salary increase, that's a positive. It's slightly moderated from the previous year. It could moderate in the year 2023, and that could be because of the global headwinds that we are facing right now. But when you talk about, perhaps some of the sectors you mentioned, IT, which is not seeing some good days right now. It's facing a lot of pressure because of the kind of slowdown that we are seeing in US, which is their largest client. But which are the sectors that you expect to give these maximum or highest salary increases, going forward from here?
Yeah. So interestingly, while there is a downturn in sentiment in the IT sector, if we actually look at the top five sectors from an overall absolute number perspective, that actually continue to be these similar ones. So we are looking at e-commerce, we are looking at high tech, we are interestingly looking at professional services. But one segment probably which will be the silver lining in all of this would be the ITES.
And so we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो बहार बन के छाई हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, नजर जरा बहक तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
You're with the news here on India Today with me, Shiv Tharoor. Let's get you straight to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. No end to the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan. Gehlot digs in his heels as Sachin Pilot waits for a directive from the High Command. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court in Delhi. Actor evades questions on link to conman Sukesh. The actor has been granted interim bail as relief. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest shot dead. Meanwhile in India, pro-hijab stir spreads to Kerala now. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India at Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 15 killed, 20 injured after gunman opened fire. Shooter then killed himself. The Congress that has been lurching from one crisis after another, especially after the Bharat Jodo Yatra began, is now facing absolute disaster in one of only 2 states where it remains in power. We're calling it Desert Storm, but that doesn't quite capture the scale of the tension, suspense and disaster for the grand old party in Rajasthan.
Camps on fire. Show of strength or an outright warning. An overwhelming majority of 108 party MLAs from the Ashok Gehlot camp in Rajasthan have put their party high command on notice. All this after the Chief Minister received the proverbial blessings from the Gandhis for Congress presidency. And before the 71-year-old war horse filed his nominations for the October 17 election.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
More than 85 MLAs loyal to Gehlot have rejected Rahul Gandhi's idea of one person, one post, even if the Rajasthan veteran takes over as Congress president. They made no secret of their dislike for Sachin Pilot, insisting Gehlot's replacement, if any, should be from among 102 MLAs who backed the state's Congress government when the former Deputy Chief Minister rebelled in 2021.
सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 बरस लगते हैं। मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, हमसे बहुत सीनियर, हम तो बच्चे हैं पॉलिटिक्स में, उनके सामने उम्र में भी बच्चे हैं। ये लोग मिलकर जो फैसला कर देंगे वो सब मान लेंगे, लेकिन पतो तो पड़े काई हो रही है। अशोक गहलोत जी को जब पार्टी आला कमान ने आदेश दिया है और कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश उनकी तरफ देख रहा है, 3 बार के सीएम है, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे राजस्थान के, बहुत सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, तो वो बनेंगे, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, उनको बनना चाहिए। और इतना सुन लेना आप, राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा से बीजेपी डरी है।
The Gehlot camp wants that the new party president post-October elections be instead empowered to decide who will lead the Rajasthan government. The AICC observers struggling to troubleshoot the crisis haven't minced their words either. They call their stance an act of indiscipline and they demand a call to conflict of interest.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
For now, the Sachin Pilot camp maintained a low but firm profile till his loyalists put up his posters in Jaipur.
हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहां अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहां फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे।
हमारे आलाकमान के ऑब्जर्वर कह रहे थे, उसमें फिर संकोच किस बात का है?
आपको लगता है कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? उनका मानना है
वो सब टाइम पे सब चीजें हो जाएंगी, आपको चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं।
लेकिन सचिन पायलट सीएम बनते बनते रह गए गहलोत की वजह से।
ये आलाकमान को तय करना है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत का अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ना बनना तय है?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए सर, नेता आप हैं, आप बताइए।
ये तो आम आदमी जानता है। एक बच्चे से पूछेंगे ना तो वो भी बता देगा कि इतना एपिसोड होने के बाद में कोई गुंजाइश नहीं बनती।
The Rajasthan crisis couldn't have come at a more critical time for the party when its leadership is trying hard to reverse its sagging fortunes. The leader tipped to replace the Gandhis, seen as tipping the balance in his favor before taking the saddle.
Now, in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot flexing his political muscle, will the Congress High Command cower down or will it dig in its heels? The big question, will Ashok Gehlot fight for the President of the Congress? Will he file in his nomination? With camera person Ravikant Totawar, Devankur Vadhavan and Moshmi Singh in Jaipur, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
The man who thought he would be the Congress's chief minister in Rajasthan from 2018 as promised by Rahul Gandhi, a man who's been biding his time, a man who nearly left the party a couple of years ago, a man who's seen as a traitor, and a man who now saw a chance to finally fulfill his dream of becoming the chief minister, has seen it completely smashed to smithereens right in front of his eyes. Of course, we're talking about Sachin Pilot.
Sachin Pilot tried to take reins of Rajasthan thrice, but his shot at power crash-landed twice and appears to be meeting the same fate again. The crisis unfolding in Rajasthan has a haunting resemblance to his failed 2020 rebellion against the Ashok Gehlot government. This time too, he has failed to muster the numbers with over 90 MLAs rallying Chief Minister Gehlot. The Gehlot camp has made it clear that they will not accept anybody but him or his loyal as the Chief Minister.
अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस, फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए। उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है। डिमांड का मतलब ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है। पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली। देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
Some MLAs in the Gehlot faction have called Pilot a BJP stooge.
ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं, तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
Team Pilot, however, is adamant that he must be made the chief minister. They claim the rebellion is orchestrated by Gehlot himself.
ये जो कुछ हुआ उसके पीछे खुद मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत की व्यू रचना थी, उसके तहत ही सब कुछ जो सारी डेवलपमेंट सामने आई।
इस तरीके से इतनी बड़ी घटना हो जाए और यदि कंट्रोल नहीं रहा तो ये तो और भी बुरी बात है।
If it is any consolation for Pilot, the observers by the Congress High Command have described the happenings as indiscipline.
जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
Sources tell India Today that the Gandhis may take action against Gehlot for allowing a meeting parallel to the CLP meet in Jaipur on Sunday. A red-faced Pilot has few options now. He can sulk over the snub and bite for time. He can engineer defections to pull down the government. Pilot could evade justice from the Gandhis and continue at the margins of Rajasthan Congress, or he can make peace and opt for a central role in the Grand Old Party. Will the Gandhis crack the whip on Gehlot, or will Pilot have to accept his fate? Bureau Report, India Today.
And as the Congress implodes in Rajasthan on live national television following India Today's news break, the BJP is smirking and scoffing from the sidelines. Who can blame them given that the BJP, at least this time, doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on? This is a totally Congress affair and the BJP cannot hold itself.
The discordant notes in Rajasthan Congress are music to the BJP's ears. As the grand old party botched up its planned change of guard, the BJP came out all guns blazing. It called the Congress a sinking ship and sought Ashok Gehlot's resignation as Chief Minister.
दो चार लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं।
The BJP, which failed to dislodge Gehlot in 2020, attacked the Congress. One opposition leader after another came out taking pot shots at the Rajasthan ruling party. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi, Gehlot and Sachin Pilot taken in 2018, urging the Wayanad MP to unite his party before attempting to unite the country. State BJP President Satish Punia claimed the revolt in Congress showed the trends for 2023 Assembly elections.
विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla took a jibe at Ajay Maken for saying Gehlot will be president.
बार बार राजस्थान की जनता के मुद्दों को पीछे करके कि किस प्रकार से राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार, बलात्कार, दंगा कम हो, इस पर कोई भी प्राथमिकता से कार्य नहीं किया गया है और बल्कि केवल सत्ता और सीट बचाने की कवायद लगातार राजस्थान देखता आ रहा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party too jumped into the arena.
जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको खरीद लिया, उस MLA को खरीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
Party MP Raghav Chadha took to Twitter claiming Arvind Kejriwal is the only option left now as the Congress is finished in the state. Bureau Report, India Today.
From Tamil Nadu to Kerala and elsewhere, the Popular Front of India has gone on the rampage, now descending to open calls for violence against the RSS and Sangh Parivar. Ahead of a shadow of a possible ban on the Popular Front of India, what will be the next step by the government? Take a look at this report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shivimol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
The shocking murder of Ankita Bhandari continues to fester, with her furious mother calling for the deaths of those who murdered her young, talented daughter at the hands allegedly of at least one son of a BJP leader. The question now is, will justice be done? India Today broke the story, has stayed with it, and here's the very latest.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
आप फांसी ले दे सकते ना, तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने, दीपक उनके घर के सामने। अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी, माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ, मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है, ताकि कोई दरिंदा फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके.
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनांतर रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया, क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी वो उसमें कोई सबूत न सबूत रहा होगा.
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने. पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है. हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में हैं। और ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं, जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों चला।
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस है हमारे पास। सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी, उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे, वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ, झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में, गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया, तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है। ठीक है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहां पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एक साथ, 2, एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है।
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quick break here on the news, much more coming up on the other side. Stay with India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
S. Jaishankar, India's soft-spoken external affairs minister, has schooled the United States in the United States on the very hot topic of F-16 assistance provided by the United States to Pakistan. Take a look at what he said. This is a soundbite that's gone totally viral.
US decision to upgrade Pakistan Air Force F-16 fighter jets has been criticized by India once again. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made it clear India was not fooled by the US explanation that the aircraft were being upgraded to combat terror.
For someone to say, I'm doing this because it is for counter-terrorism, when you are talking of an aircraft like the capability of the F-16, everybody knows, where they are deployed and what is the use and what is their capability. So, you're not fooling anybody by saying these things.
The Joe Biden administration has decided to reverse a block put on upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16s by former US President Donald Trump. The US assistance as part of foreign military sales, or FMS, is worth $450 million and involves upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16 fleet with advanced avionics and sensors, apart from additional hardware, software and spares. The US has been made aware of India's strong reservations.
Well, we heard several concerns, obviously, from the government about this. Let me just say very clearly, this is a safety and maintenance program. There is no new aircraft being considered, no new capabilities for the really old aircraft that are being maintained, and no new weapon systems. This is very much about a worldwide policy that the US government has. Whenever we provide or sell defense equipment, we support that equipment through the life cycle of that particular system. So in this case, that means spare parts and maintenance. What we are proposing to provide, and it's a sale, it's not assistance, would be servicing of engines and wings of aircraft so that these airplanes can actually stay in the air safely. Some of these aircraft are over 40 years old. Without this sort of assistance, they would be a danger to the pilots and potentially to other people.
Though India is armed with the latest 4.5 generation Rafale fighter jets with its advanced Scalp and Meteor missiles, India was found wanting after the Balakot airstrike when PAF used F-16s as part of its Operation Swift Retort. Then Wing Commander, now Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman, flying a Russian-origin MiG-21, made history by shooting down a Pakistan Air Force F-16. India has told the US that the F-16s will not be used against terror, but against a US strategic partner, India. India has acquired 36 Rafale fighter jets and is also deploying S-400 systems, but Pakistan Air Force acquiring F-16 spares and upgrades is seen as a reward for Pakistan, despite Islamabad taking no action against terror either in Afghanistan or India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Keep watching India Today. The news continues after this very short break.
A very warm welcome. You're watching our special broadcast here, and ahead of release of Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan, my colleague Tushar Joshi has caught up with the magician himself and the music maestro A.R. Rahman. The duo spoke at length about their journey over the last 3 decades, their collaboration, their hits, the music of the film, and a lot more. Let's take a quick listen to this exclusive conversation.
Welcome to India Today. This is truly an honor for two reasons. One is because I'm sitting with two people who are extremely passionate about what they do. Words obviously fall short to describe the legacy of work. The canvases behind me, the frames behind me speak volumes about the detailing and the efforts that have gone into bringing this film to life. I want to first of all welcome you guys to India Today. And I want to speak to you a bit about while growing up, Mani sir, I want to ask you, what were the films that left a mark on you in terms of impressions? When you step into a theatre, the color, the canvas for a child leaves impressions. Anything that stands out for you while growing up that left?
Too many films, too many good films, too many fantastic ones. And that time you don't realize that all these become your inputs. But it definitely leaves a lot of impression on you.
Okay, and Rahman, I want to ask you, there's a definition for melody, right? The first time you both sat in a studio, how would you describe his ears connect with melody? How is that like?
He has this instinct, which is amazing. So sometimes, he picks tunes which are done 90s or 2000, and said, hear this. I was like, when did I do this? And once, actually, that's one of the tunes which gave for Jage. It just gave me I was using the tape recorder cassette that time, which very noisy. I said, okay, we can make a symphony out of this, and like a choral kind of thing. That's what happened. So I trust his instincts quite a lot. Sometimes why didn't you listen to this stuff? Very few times I've said that, and then he's accepted that. Like Nenjukule was one, right. Like that. And yeah.
Right, and I also believe that you joked that how you were almost kidnapped and you were in Bali, where you sort of both locked yourself and isolated yourself from a lot of stuff. How was the recording process like? What was it like, just organically?
So Bali, we went because, if you look at the 9th century conquest, they went to the east, they conquered. And if you look at those Indonesia or Jakarta, there's a lot of influence about Rama and Mahabharata. So we wanted to see whether some of the influence had gone very early, yes, and they retained them. So that was the reason why we went to some of the temples and we heard them sing and all the rituals and all the stuff. So even the music, like the monkey chant. And so most of the melodies came in that 1 week session.
Wow.
He didn't respond like, yeah. And then finally, like 3 months later, I like this. They picked up most of the stuff from there.
Okay, great. I also have to ask you that, in terms of visuals, there is so much emphasis on that in these days, in times where the audience is also exposed to so much content. I was looking at the standees outside, and like I said, everything that the actor is wearing, from the anklet to the amulet on the hand to the earrings, is so detailed. Talk to me a bit about that process. Like, was it a lot of research? How did it go about?
Yeah, I mean, as much as we can get close to what we have in terms of evidence, in terms of documentation, and in terms, I think temples essentially formed a thing. And luckily for us, the Chola period has been extensively researched. It's one of the few, eras which have been documented very well, because Cholas by themselves started this practice of writing it down. In temples, on stone carvings, every bit that they have given out, every mason who's been a part of building the temple, everything has been documented.
Right.
How many, water bodies were created, who donated for it, everything is documented. So to a large extent, I think that Chola period is well covered in terms of details. Right. But still, the visual details are something that we have to extrapolate.
Right.
Now we see the temple, we'll see the sculptures, and then we have to take that forward and go close to it.
Absolutely. And what was your first, when was the first time you discovered the books? Because everything that you read, you visualize and then you bring that to life, right? What was it about the books and the story that resonated with you?
I read the book long before I thought I'll get into movies. I had read it during my school time.
Oh, wow.
And it's an adventure. It's a pure, fantastic adventure. Probably that's the first adventure book that I've read in Tamil. Before that, you've read them in English, but this is the first full scale, and it's as good as any.
Yes.
It's a 5-part book, and it's absolutely entertaining, and it's absolutely detailed in terms of characters. And it not only tells the story, it tells the history, it tells the culture, it talks about the music at that time, it talks about the politics at that time. So it was fascinating to be able to put all that, mixing facts and fiction together and keeping it really entertaining. I mean, it came in as a weekly.
Right.
Every week it was published, and I'm told that the whole lot of audience would just wait for it to come the next week.
Yes,
so,
I was reading the numbers that the circulation of that weekly went to sky high after this story started coming out. That in itself is so great. Rahman, I want to talk to you a bit about the fact that you have a presence on your Instagram, on your social media space. You're very selective about what you share, but when you share it, there is excitement in fandom. What happens to you when you stumble upon somebody remaking your song, or you hear a piece of somebody trying to do a DJ version of it or a studio version of it? What is your take on that?
I think that the more I see all this stuff, I think it gets distorted. What the intention of a composer gets distorted. People say, I'm reimagined. Well, who are you to reimagine stuff? So even I'm careful of taking somebody else's work. We have to be respectful. And I think that's a gray area. We need to sort that out.
How do you respond when a producer or a director comes to you and says, let's get this track from you or that film because it did so well, let's give it a 2022 version and remake it?
The thing about my music, yesterday we had the Telugu launch, and one of the producers, Dil Raju, said, every song which you guys have done together sounds fresh now because it was all done in digital mastering. So it already has that quality and everybody appreciates it. So if I need to do that, I should do that. Yeah. I need to recreate. And of course, people take permission, but you can't take something very recent and remix again because it kind of feels very weird.
If you had to dig into his playlist on his phone, what tracks would you discover? Apart from the stuff that...
He has all my tunes. I usually give him like 20, 30, 40 tunes.
Wow.
And then
I have the bank.
Oh, you are the one to go to there.
He brings it back and say, yeah, exactly. So he's always happy. Okay, if he messes up, I got backup.
Oh, absolutely. That's a treasure that you've got with you.
I do.
I have to speak to you about Aishwarya. I mean, there is no way that I can't speak about her. Just the fact that two of you together, when you go back to Iruvar and you think about the day when she was on set and the first time you said action and the Aishwarya in the film, what is your description of her remarkable journey?
Not very different. I think she was very hardworking then. She learned Tamil at that point of time when she did the first film and she had a mode she had to do. She would do it like, she would have known all her lines by heart. And she would say it so you can actually direct her beyond it, So I think even now the same. And for this, she's got much longer dialogues, much more elaborate, much more intricate, and she was ready with all of them. And I think it's quite amazing how she's able to do that.
Is she somebody who improvises, or is she somebody who works in the bracket of what has been asked her to give? Because there are two kinds of actors.
I think any actor, this is what I believe in, that any actor should bring something of himself or herself into the character. There's, somebody is just going to do what I say, then it's no use. Then it's, it's going to be two-dimensional. Unless they put in, Aishwarya becomes Nandini. And converts what is written and what is being directed into, internalize it and brings it out. That's when I think we feel that we're seeing somebody genuine.
Right. That's
in this, she looks evil without being evil.
Absolutely.
Somebody who looks so pure can be evil.
Yeah.
Is spooky.
That in itself is a great thing to do. I mean, who would have imagined?
So she looks stunning in this.
She does. She looks absolutely stunning. And I have to quickly pick your brain and ask you, because we don't get this audience with you any time sooner than expected. But what is your take on films? Do you watch films? Do you watch films in the OTT space? Do you go to theaters? Have you watched anything of late that has impressed you?
I do everything. I do everything that you do. Whatever you do, I do.
Have you watched RRR or Brahmastra or anything recent that has...
No, this has got PS1 releasing, so last few months have been, everything else has been in the back burner.
Yeah.
So I'll catch up on all those.
Okay. And Rahman, you've been a regular sort of to say at the Oscars. You've sort of done that whole bit that one does when one goes there. What is your take on the excitement for RRR this year? In general, are you of the opinion that we make a lot of it, or do you think that it's a prestige?
I just wish the best for them because there's a lot of buzz in international circuit about RRR, and I hope they get what they want. Yeah, my good wishes.
Okay, that's a sweet thing. And I can't end the conversation without asking you guys. I'm not going to ask you a long question, but I just want you to tell me the one word or the one line when I take the name of these films, which have been the legacy that you guys have, and this has come from fans. So I've taken 5 titles. It's very difficult to sort of shortlist that, but I'll start with you, sir. Roja, the memory, the first thing.
I think it's a great start for a journey with Rahman.
Okay. And do you remember the first time he entered the room and what was he like and what was the conversation?
Yeah, I remember everything. It's like yesterday. I remember how he was and how he will compose and I mean, it's a small room. I'm used to working in a huge studio, in Prasad Studio, which is large and things. And here I come for the first time. And it's really a tiny space. So I'm wondering what is happening here. And then he has got his headphone, he's working on his keyboard. I can't hear anything that he is composing. I'm just sitting there. And the end of it, after some time, he takes the headphone off and then puts it on and he walks out. Oh. He doesn't stay there. And then you listen to sound which is like what I've never heard before. It's so fresh and so pure and so good that it is unbelievable. The small studios and this one young man was able to produce that kind of music.
So I compensated that. So I took him to my Firda studio in Dubai. I said, okay, let's watch the movie here, sir. But all the...
You made up for it.
Yeah, big screen and such a big hall there. And, yeah.
Wow, that's literally going back in time and jogging your memory. Bombay,
I think just the theme music of Bombay was something very special.
It gives me goosebumps even now when I think of it.
Actually, we had wanted him to record a song. He had composed this before. He had composed the other songs also. We had shooting going on, and we wanted a song which we are planning to shoot in a very short while. So I finished the day shoot and was coming here, expecting to hear the song that I needed for the shooting the next week. And I come into the studio, and he's not recorded that. He's recorded something else. And then he plays me this theme music. It is just out of the world, I mean, it's just something
divine.
Which is,
it's out of the world.
I was actually composing for his wife, Hasani ma'am, and in GV's house, brother's house. And I was composing for her, and this thing came. I told her, like, I'm doing something for somebody else here. Is it okay in your space? I said, who? I said, your husband. So the theme came in that house, actually. And then I...
Wow, who would have thought? And that theme is just timeless. Yeah. It has stood the test and will stand the test of time. I want to ask you, Dil Se, the memory?
The memory is, he never told me the story. He said, I want to tell you the story. And just give me 7 stages of love. I said, okay. This is trippy now. And then, so the whole brief was that. He never told me what story.
Was that on a reason? Was that a conscious effort?
Sometimes you do strange things. I have no logic. I can't imagine why I didn't say that. I must have thought
that
then.
Actually kind of pushed all of us to think on another realm. Which people feel like, even now, feel like that's one of the best soundtracks.
Absolutely.
And because the inspiration is like way above.
Sometimes it's, like even with the lyricists, if you tell the exact situation, they get bound by it.
Yes.
If you don't say it exactly, but if you give them an abstract view, then it becomes,
You're giving away something to other filmmakers.
I was in, after the Oscars, I went to each studio. My agent wanted to introduce me to all the music supervisors. So he took me to Warner Brothers and Fox and Sony, and we had meetings. The whole studio executives came, and then... So while we were walking from either Warner or Fox, I think one white lady started running behind me. Hey, wait. If you meet Mani Ratnam, just tell him that I watched this Dil Se 40 times. I love that movie.
That's a crazy memory. Was Yuva a lot of fun? Just the vibe of the film and the music?
I think Yuva had a completely different kind of music, so it was... And I think it's very much Rahman's zone.
And it's so current even now. The tracks, if you go to a club, you can play all of that.
Yeah.
Is that what you think for you?
Yeah, we performed Fana for this whole recent tour. Yeah.
I remember that, for Fana, halfway through I was in some screening, in a preview theater, and I get a call from Rahman. It must have been about 11 in the night. So I come outside and pick it up, and he says, I think some magic is happening here. And that's when Fana was getting recorded. I think it was just, he was just...
In its earlier stages.
Yeah, it was just flowing, so I think he was going through the car,
Yeah.
So that's...
It also came with them, Ebu Bach. We were just talking, like, what is the hook? What is the hook of the what is the song? And we were talking about something deep, spiritual thing, and I was saying Fana, Bakan. And he said, like, Fana. That's the title of the song. It's like, how will it fit? And F word is nice too.
But it is sort of a spiritual experience, that song, given the words that they keep ringing in your ear, it takes you to a different place. Absolutely, absolutely. And finally, again, it's a very short list, I had to struggle. Guru. What was that like? The first memory that jogs to your mind when I say that?
I think nobody's done a movie like that in India. Nobody's done a movie like that and pulled it off. I think genius. And what casting?
Yes, absolutely. What casting?
One of Abhishek's best, I think.
Absolutely. Again, the music for that, was it a different take given the fact that it's a different sort of a genre of a film? It's sort of based around, a personality. So did you look at the music from a different way?
Yeah, I think also it's a time period that it travels through and the changes that were happening. So somewhere that kind of represented in the music also, in the songs. Each one was of a different kind, to show the trajectory.
Absolutely. I think in this conversation, I have definitely gone through I've time traveled and gone through all these films and absolute gems of tracks.
I think Jage, now every movie I do, they put Jage as a temp music. I said, oh my God, don't do this. And we had to come with another Jage for that because they match the cut to that. It's so difficult when they put something like Jage, which he only found the tune. In one of my, on the voice memos, he said, why don't we use this tune? And it's like, I can make a symphony out of this, and choral symphony. And,
No, that's called magic. I mean, just the fact that both of you are so genius at what you do.
And of course, Gulzar Saab.
He can't, he just adds the extra.
He just,
perfect.
Once he puts the stuff, then it gets wings. And
it goes to a different level. And again, for, PS1, just the canvas, the excitement, like I was telling you, on social media, because this is a new space now where fans look at films and they are eagerly awaiting. One of the most discussed films, I think it's damn exciting. It's going to be really interesting to see the story behind the Chola dynasty. Very little information, whatever we have, across the world, we are going to get a glimpse into their life. And all the very best. I'm so excited. I can't wait to watch the film on a big screen, probably in an IMAX or a bigger screen, and take the full experience. And thank you so much for speaking to India today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. They have had at least 30 years of partnership ever since Roja. Looks like they're again set to continue this legacy with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan. Let's take a look.
"30 years of partnership, more than 15 film albums, and innumerable chartbusters later, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. It almost feels like they're blessed with a Midas touch. Every time they work together on a project, it turns into gold. Their body of work speaks for itself. And looks like the director-composer duo have worked their magic yet again with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
I think it hasn't changed. AR hasn't changed at all. I mean, I still remember this is the same way he was in the first film. He will not let go. He will try to do something different. And he'll add value to the film, tremendous value to the film. And he treats it almost like his first film. So it's fantastic to have somebody like that with you.
how did it all begin? Well, the magic combination of Ratnam and Rahman started way back in 1992. Yes, that was the first time the two came together for a project. The singer had composed Chinna Chinna Asai, one of the songs in the film, which was unconventional in comparison to the music at that time. Rahman had earlier composed ad jingles and brought a different flavor to the film's music. Interestingly, the album of Roja was released by the Bengaluru-based Lahiri Audio and sold a staggering 30 lakh copies in Tamil and Hindi. It was also released in Telugu and Malayalam later on. The success of the film's music paved way for several songs thereafter. Mani Ratnam then made Thiruda Thiruda, a comedy caper, and roped in Rahman for the music. Rahman explored his pop influences such as Michael Jackson in this slickly short song sung by Anupama and Suresh Peters. Picking up the threads from Roja, Mani Ratnam made Bombay in 1995, his second film in the Terror trilogy. The romantic thriller was inspired by the political scenario at that time. Rahman was again brought on board and he composed as many as 8 tracks for this Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala star. Including Kannanule and Kuchi Kuchi Konnamma. The third part, Dil Se, released in 1998, which featured Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta along with Manisha Koirala. The album of this film was a huge success with chartbusters like Chaiya Chaiya, Dil Se Re, and Jia Jale, among others. The duo had also come together for Iruvar, a political drama in 1997. The film narrated the story about friends turned rivals, MGR and Karunanidhi. The film did not fare well at the box office. The music maestro composed Hello Mr. Edirkakshi, a jazzy track featuring Aishwarya Rai, a style that Rahman did not pursue thereafter. Or yet again in Guru, one of the biggest hits of 2007, which featured Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai in key roles. And then there was Ravana in 2010 and Katruveliya Day in 2017. The tracks from these films were appreciated and enjoyed by music lovers. not only did Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman set the benchmarks for the Indian music industry as a whole, but they also challenged their peers to experiment. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, that's all we could pack on this show today. Keep watching In the Club. Until next time, thank you very much. Goodbye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
जैसे कहीं चांदनी पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के नाम गिरे और छल से टूटे, जैसे कोई चुप के सितारे बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हॉल से पास बुलाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसे मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस यहीं पर।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination, Monday night. The big story is the Rajasthan desert storm. Ashok Gehlot has embarrassed the Gandhis. Have they lost control of the Congress? Whatever happened to the High Command? Also, who will ensure justice for Ankita? That story continues to make the headline. But the big story comes from Rajasthan, where the Congress is finding itself in a major crisis. Now, sources telling India Today, close to Ashok Gehlot, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi family. Sources close to Gehlot saying Gehlot is still happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but importantly, the choice of Rajasthan chief minister must be left to the MLAs. Sources telling India Today that Gehlot is expected to meet the Gandhis in the next 48 to 72 hours to try and resolve the issue. So clearly Ashok Gehlot trying to emerge conciliatory towards the Congress leadership. Joining me now is Preeti Chaudhary, who's been tracking all of this in Jaipur. Preeti, it appears that the two camps have very clear views. Sachin Pilot is banking on the Gandhis to topple Ashok Gehlot in a way or move him out of Jaipur and replace him with Pilot. The Gehlot camp, on the other hand, seems to believe that Ashok Gehlot can be both Congress president and get his person in power in Jaipur. So, which way is this heading?
Well, in the last 24 hours or the last, since last evening, Rajdeep, if I'm to look at it, if till late last night you and I were discussing and, we were talking about the fact that the Jadugar, the magician from Rajasthan has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. By the evening today, there is a sense in the political circles in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, that the magician might have overplayed his hand. Why I say that is, Rajdeep, there is a sense of urgency where the Gehlot camp is concerned, that it conveys to the media, it conveys especially to the Congress that, hey, this is not a fight between the Congress, High Command and Gehlot. It is very well just a fight, or it is about keeping Sachin Pilot out, who the MLAs feel were the ones, 2 years ago, he stitched together a rebellion with the BJP, and why award him right now? We can see that now. Let's see, about an hour ago, Shanti Dhariwal held a press conference where his main focus of that press conference was to constantly reiterate that we have nothing against Sonia Gandhi. This is not about the High Command. So while there is a sense of urgency to downplay the conflict which is being seen or perceived as Gehlot versus the High Command, on the other hand, the Sachin camp would want us to believe and would want to play up this conflict. Because for Sachin, it works better if it's seen as a fight not between Sachin and Gehlot, but a fight between Ashok Gehlot and directly the High Command here.
Okay, very quickly though, is the sense that you get, Preeti, that the Ashok Gehlot camp will not accept Sachin Pilot, come what may?
Yes and no. Why I say that right now is it's in a very precarious position, Rajdeep. We've been speaking to a lot of MLAs who put pen to paper last night at CP Joshi's residence. While at this evening, news started to circulate that the Congress High Command is extremely miffed at Ashok Gehlot for what went down yesterday. They are now making an attempt to reach out and make it clear that, listen, we have nothing against Gehlot. We didn't want to put pen to paper. We actually will go exactly with what the High Command says, and a lot of MLAs are actually coming out and saying it post this, post about 4 p.m. In the morning, there was a lull, but now, once again, there is a sense of some of these MLAs at least gravitating back, maybe not to Sachin Pilot as yet, but to the party whip.
We'll wait and see how this plays out. Fast changing developments. Remember, lots is happening in Delhi too, and we'll go to that. Kamal Nath has met Sonia Gandhi. Will he play the role of peacemaker, the former Madhya Pradesh chief minister? But joining me now is someone who did, in a way, is seen now to have led the Gehlot camp against Sachin Pilot. Pratap Singh Kachariyawas is Rajasthan's minister, close to Ashok Gehlot. Kachariyawas ji, ये बताइए, क्या हम माने कि कहीं ना कहीं ये आप चाहते हैं कि कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री बने राजस्थान का, बट सचिन पायलट किसी भी हालत में आप तैयार नहीं है? क्या ये गेहलोत बनाम सचिन पायलट है या गेहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली?
ना तो ये गहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली है, क्योंकि गांधी फैमिली के सबसे बड़े लॉयलिस्ट अशोक गहलोत जी हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी की बात पर जो व्यक्ति अपनी जान दे सकता हो, उसके लिए इस तरह की बात करना बहुत गलत है। कल भी वो बहुत नाराज़ हुए MLAs के एक्शन को लेकर। जब वो नाराज़ हुए तो धारीवाल जी ने उनसे कहा कि आप ही ने कहा था, जब कैंप चला 1 महीने तक लोगों ने बगावत कर दी, मानेसर चले गए थे, तब इन्होंने बड़ा मार्मिक भाषण दिया। गहलोत साहब ने कहा कि ये कैंप सोनिया गांधी जी का कैंप है, ये कांग्रेस का कैंप है, और इस कैंप में रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, अजय माकन जी सब बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस इधर है। आज मुझे तुम्हारी ज़रूरत है, तुम्हारे ऊपर कोई संकट आएगा तो मैं अभिभावक के रूप में तुम्हारा काम करूंगा। सारे MLA जिनके साथ खड़े रहकर बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब दिया। आपको याद होगा राजदीप जी, तब गवर्नर साहब ने मिलने का टाइम नहीं दिया हमें। हम लोग जब गवर्नर हाउस गए तो गवर्नर हाउस में घुसने नहीं दिया, विधानसभा को भंग करने की तैयारी हो गई थी, वहाँ हमको धरना देना पड़ा। अशोक गहलोत जी खुद जमीन पर बैठे रहे। उस दिन मैंने हालत देखी कि हमारे लिए नाश्ता पुलिस को अंदर नहीं लाने दिया गया गवर्नर हाउस में। गवर्नर साहब नाराज हो गए। तो आपको हमने वो दौर भी देखा है। ये लड़ाई मेरे एक बात समझ में नहीं आ रही, देश में राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनकी पदयात्रा चल रही है, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, और इस वक्त जिस तरह से अचानक जल्दीबाजी में ये सब किया गया, तो आपको मीटिंग बुलानी है, बुलाइए ना, कौन मना कर रहा है। सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम अपनी जान दे सकते हैं, तो कुर्सी है, हाईकमांड का फैसला तोड़ना हो गया। सोनिया गांधी जी का कोई डिसीजन होगा तो वो अशोक गहलोत जी को बुलाकर कह देंगी। MLA भी क्या, हम सोनिया गांधी जी को पूरा देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी मां समझता है,
लेकिन खाचरियावास जी
उनके आह्वान पर अपनी जान देने को लोग तैयार हैं।
सब ठीक है। हमें जो जानकारी मिली कि सोनिया गांधी जी का फैसला था, और अजय माकन ने ये आप सभी को कहा कि वो चाहती हैं कि एक लाइन रेजोल्यूशन हो कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन बनेगा अगला मुख्यमंत्री। अशोक गहलोत जी दिल्ली आएंगे कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, और सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे है कि उनको उनकी जगह रखा जाएगा, और आप लोग इस बात को नहीं माने। तो आप यहां कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जो भी कहे हम उसे मानेंगे। सच्चाई है कि जब सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे आने लगा आपने उसका विरोध किया, यह सच्चाई है।
राजदीप जी, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूँ, आप मेरे बारे में पता चल कर लेना। माकन साहब खड़गे साहब से मिलने जब तनोट माता जी के यहाँ से आए, मैं खुद उनसे मिलने गया। माकन साहब से मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा कि उन्होंने इनका नाम आगे किया, पायलट साहब का नाम। ऐसा कोई आदेश हमारे पास नहीं आया। विधायक दल की मीटिंग रात को 1:30 बजे मेरे पास महेश जोशी जी का फ़ोन आया, मुख्य सचेतक है, आप उनसे बात कर लेना। मैंने कहा यार रात को 1:30 बजे आप मुझे फ़ोन कर रहे हो, कल 7 बजे मुख्यमंत्री के यहाँ पे विधायक दल की मीटिंग है। कि मैंने कहा कल तनोट माता जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, मैं भी जाऊँगा मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ, डोटासरा जी भी जाएंगे। क्या कर रहे हो आप? बोले यार अचानक वहाँ से कॉल आया, दिल्ली से मीटिंग रखनी है। मैंने कहा रख लो भाई, जब मीटिंग तय होगी तो हम तो जाने वाले थे मुख्यमंत्री निवास। MLA पहुँच गए वहाँ पे धारीवाल जी के यहाँ कि भाई मुख्यमंत्री निवास में आप मीटिंग करवा रहे हो, आप मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करो, ये क्या तरीका है। और वहाँ अफवाह ये फैल गई कि मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे, नया मुख्यमंत्री चुना जाएगा। नया मुख्यमंत्री उन लोगों में से चुना जाएगा जो 19 लोग सरकार गिराने में लगे हुए थे। आप मुझे बताइए, बहुमत से फैसला होता है। एक तरफ 102 विधायक है, एक तरफ 19 लोग हैं जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे। 1.5 महीने तक हम होटल में पड़े रहे, पूरी मेहनत की, पूरी बीजेपी से लड़े, उनमें से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।